Sam Giancana was the most flamboyant gangster of them all, when organized crime was at its most extravagant.
I'd say he was far more powerful than Al Capone, and he was a giant.
He had a beautiful showbiz girlfriend. He was pals with Frank Sinatra.
Sam Giancana didn't like to keep a low profile. He liked the big life. He liked to be seen with the stars.
He was worth millions and had the power of life or death.
He killed a lot of people, had a lot of people killed.
One cold stare from you and it could cause you to become very concerned.
If you crossed him, you were in deep trouble.
But in helping elect a clean young president and assisting in the CIA's murkiest operations, his career sees the mafia and politics mix into a deadly cocktail. The pursuit of Sam Giancana is the ultimate story of the state versus the mob. And the final chapter is one of the most notorious mafia hits of all. Sam Giancana had learned his gangster trade from Al Capone's top enforcers. He excelled as a driver, delivering killers to murder their victims and evade the cops. He learned how to lend money and collect the interest.
Hey, Sam, loan me a $5. I got to go get something. He said, what do you take for security? And Sam said, how about a lie?
His furious outbursts were so savage that people around him wondered about his mental stability.
He was violent. But the people in the Chicago outfit almost are all violent. They kill people with the drop of a hat.
He was a killer. Aged just 18, Giancana was charged with murder, but escaped conviction.
When I first saw Sam Giancana, I thought, there is the arrogance, the hatred, the violence, the viciousness that I've dedicated my career to fighting.
For the mob, Giancana's greatest strength was not his violent nature, but his gift for making money. It was Giancana who struck fear into the electricians' union so that every slot machine in Chicago paid the mob. It was Giancana who muscled the black gambling kings out of Chicago with threats and murder. Under his watchful eye, millions of dollars poured in from casinos in Las Vegas and Cuba. And by 1957, aged 49, Sam Mooney Giancana was boss of the Chicago outfit.
Sam Giancana was the most powerful criminal chief in the history of the United States. He had his tentacles into the police, to the courts, to the business world around Chicago.
But just as Giancana reached the top, the government turned on organized crime. An eager young lawyer began fighting to see him and his kind fall. Robert Kennedy.
The nation's underworld gets the unwelcome spotlight of publicity as the Senate's Investigations Subcommittee begins new hearings on crime. Arkansas Senator McClellan...
The Senate Labor Rackets Committee was investigating mafia corruption of the trade unions. Robert Kennedy, as chief legal counsel, made a name for himself by questioning witness after witness about their mob connections.
Did you say that SOB, I'll break his back? Who did you make it about?
I don't know. I may have been discussing somebody in a figure of speech.
Well, who did you make the statement? Whose back were you going to break?
I don't even remember it.
Well, whose back were you going to break, Mr. Hoffa?
Figure of speech, I don't even know who I was talking about, and I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, it was real-life drama, and it was exciting to watch.
On the 9th of June, 1959, The witness was Sam Giancana.
You tell us whether if you have opposition from anybody that you dispose of them by having them stuffed in a trunk. Is that what you do, Mr. Giancana? Would you tell us...
Giancana refused to answer Kennedy's questions by taking what is known in America as the Fifth Amendment.
When you take the Fifth, you say essentially, I respectfully decline to answer on the grounds that my answer might tend to incriminate me, and nobody can touch you for it.
Sam Giancana asserted his Fifth Amendment rights over 30 times.
I declined to answer because I honestly believe my answer might tend to incriminate me.
Chief Counsel Robert Kennedy seemed frustrated and goaded the gangster.
Will you tell us anything about any of your operations, or you just giggle every time I ask you a question?
I declined to answer because I honestly believe my answer might tend to incriminate me.
I thought only little girls giggled, Mr. Giancana.
Bobby Kennedy's theatrics were perhaps intended to light Giancana's famously short fuse.
I think he was hoping that Giancana would explode. But, you know, I never thought he really gave a damn.
Round one in this long, bitter feud went to Sam Giancana. Kennedy could get nothing on him. And there was a reason why the Chicago boss felt untouchable. He was well connected to the Kennedys. Robert Kennedy's big brother, Senator John F. Kennedy, had set his sights on the White House. But just to become the Democrat presidential candidate was a battle. A Boston Irish Catholic couldn't get elected to anything in staunchly Protestant states of 60s America like Wisconsin and West Virginia. The wealthy Kennedy clan would have to buy support in these key primary elections, so they reached out to an influential family friend for help. Frank Sinatra.
Sinatra was a friend of the Kennedy family, and Jack Kennedy in particular.
Frank, in his turn, had a friend and business partner who knew all about getting his way in politics. Sam Giancana.
I have every reason to believe that there was mob money in the West Virginia election. The person who handled the money was Frank Sinatra.
Before voters went to the polls, Giancana sent one of his men to spread $50,000 around West Virginia. He sweetened local politicians with new office furniture and paid bar owners to keep Sinatra's campaign song, High Hopes, playing on jukeboxes across the state. Giancana's efforts seemed to help get the Kennedys over the first hurdle. John F. Kennedy became the Democrat candidate to run for president. But an even bigger challenge lay ahead. In November 1960, John Kennedy faced the sitting Vice President, Richard Nixon, in the race for the White House. The election was too close to call. Pundits were saying that whoever won the state of Illinois would win the presidency. And the key to Illinois was Sam Giancana's backyard, Chicago. Giancana's Chicago outfit knew all about how to swing votes in their city. They'd been doing it for generations.
In this city, no criminal enterprise is going to work until they've got the politicians in their pocket. He had the politicians, and I mean all of them.
One ruse was to send scores of people from precinct to precinct, illegally voting in each one. Another well-worn trick was ghost voting, impersonating deceased residents of a precinct. Mob-controlled unions were prevailed upon to vote Kennedy to a man. There were even claims that Giancana's hoods intimidated voters at the polling stations.
Listening to the radio, listening to the returns coming in, it was obvious that there was a theft underway.
Not since 1916 had the presidential election result been so close. Kennedy beat Nixon by just 0.1%.
Somewhat after noon on the day after the election, Senator Kennedy received a telegram from the vice president congratulating him on his victory. With this in his pocket,
Sam Giancana was quick to claim that it was he who had elected Kennedy to the White House. While most dispute this, Giancana certainly expected payback.
Giancana can legitimately think that he had done his work and that he had tipped it and that he could expect some result.
Giancana expected the new Kennedy administration to get Bobby off his back. He told an associate,
"Bobby will just be another goddamn lawyer soon. They promised me they'll take care of him."
I am, in my mind, convinced that there was a deal cut. That if Giancana would get Illinois for the Democrats, that he would be given free hand.
Giancana prophesied to the outfit a lessening of government harassment in Chicago and Las Vegas. He couldn't have been more mistaken. New President John F. Kennedy appointed his brother, Bobby, to the government post of Attorney General.
I have felt that we should secure the best talent we could get for every position, regardless of party, regardless of any other factor. This test has been applied, and it's been applied in this case.
Far from being just another lawyer, as Attorney General, the fanatical mob-chasing Robert Kennedy was now the country's top law enforcement officer. It was a shock for Giancana and the Chicago outfit.
The last thing they thought was they would get Robert Kennedy as the Attorney General. Anybody but Robert Kennedy. That was a surprise.
Bobby Kennedy, now in charge of the Department of Justice and the FBI, declared war on the Mafia.
I think that in the field of organized crime, I think it's a very serious situation that's facing the country at the present time. I think a lot of steps can be taken in order to deal with the problem. I think it's gotten much more serious over the period of the last 10 years.
Giancana cursed at the sight of the Attorney General and fumed at the very mention of the Kennedy name. To him, Bobby Kennedy's war on organized crime was a betrayal. But as the Justice Department went to war, Sam Giancana fell in love. Phyllis McGuire was the lead singer of the headlining trio, the McGuire Sisters. She was 29. Giancana was 52. It seems violent Mo Giancana could be charming.
And he wasn't flashy. It was just direct, and it was strength, and his eyes were, it's like they looked through you.
She was a big star, stunningly beautiful, and he loved to be seen out with her on his arm. Giancana began to flood her with gifts of furs, cars, and jewelry. Cash had always bought him the most beautiful escorts, but this was different. He began to neglect business in Chicago to follow Phyllis to performances all over the US. He even accompanied her on a 2-week European tour. The tough mob boss had a chink in his armor, a weak spot the government would later use to help bring him down. While Giancana was romancing Phyllis, Attorney General Bobby Kennedy was hard at work radically reforming the Department of Justice and the FBI.
He was extremely driven. He absolutely hated what he called the outfit, the Mafia, organized crime.
To the 10 FBI agents assigned to Chicago, Kennedy added 60 more. Giancana called them G-men, or just the G. At first he was unconcerned, dismissing them as Boy Scouts. Up to now, their track record against organized crime had not been good. But Kennedy was changing the game. The FBI agents that descended on Giancana were a new breed. They were all clean-cut, college-educated men. Many were lawyers. Above all, the biggest problem for Sam Giancana was that these government men had a fanatical commitment to their incorruptibility. Unlike other Chicago law enforcement, Giancana couldn't buy them. Robert Kennedy was also increasing the number of lawyers in the Justice Department's Organized Crime and Racketeering section, from 17 to 63. He rebuilt the whole operation.
You can think of the Department of Justice as an aircraft carrier, and you can't turn an aircraft carrier on a dime. They don't have brakes. You can slow it down and steer it. He turned it on a dime and took it in a different direction.
The Attorney General funded his new crack team of investigators well. His goal was to get all government agencies working together as never before, to break the grip of organized crime.
He talked directly to you. It gave us a whole feeling of electricity in what we were doing and commitment to what we were doing.
We did feel that we were kind of like the new untouchables.
Giancana was now closely watched by the new FBI agents in Chicago.
The view is fine and the kids are still in school. Over.
His HQ was in the back of the Armory Lounge Bar and Restaurant in Chicago's Forest Park suburb. Despite FBI surveillance, his private business remained secret behind closed doors.
Eyeball one to dugout.
I read you loud and clear.
Or so he thought.
10-3, eyeball one. Stay with it.
The G-men had a new weapon that would turn Giancana's world upside down. Electronic surveillance.
Bobby Kennedy decided that organized crime was an issue of national security. It was a threat to the United States and fell in that category that you could exercise a wiretap and install a wiretap without a warrant.
The number of FBI bugs and wiretaps in America exploded from just a handful to hundreds. The FBI agents Romer and Hill, assigned to monitor Giancana, were quick to hide a microphone in the Holy of Holies, his HQ, the Armory Lounge. The G-men overheard Potsy Poe, an old associate, complaining about them to Mooney Giancana.
I never thought it'd be this fucking rough. You told me when they put his brother in there, we're going to see some fireworks. But I never knew it'd be like this. This is murder. Concentrate on a certain individual. You mean the outfit? Yeah.
The agents heard exactly how Giancana ran the outfit. Although officially the boss, he received advice from senior mob figures and retired boss Tony Accardo.
Listen, Mo. Oh, we aren't here to try to twist your mind. We're just giving you what's practical. Practical advice, that's all. We're not here to try to distort you.
The tapes also revealed how Giancana advised his driver and bodyguard, Butch Blasi, about the Mafia Code of Silence, Omerta. He warned about the penalties for blabbing mob business to outsiders.
There was a stuffed fish over the bar, and he points up to the stuffed fish. and says,
"You know how that fish got that way? He opened his mouth."
and of course he's saying this into a bug himself, but he's telling Butch Blasey to don't talk about all that kind of stuff.
FBI agents Roma and Hill, in their surveillance of Giancana, did their utmost to exploit his weak spot, the relationship with Phyllis McGuire. They watched Sam and Phyllis closely, very closely. They took photos and shot moving footage of them together when they went out. With wiretaps and bugs, they also listened when they stayed in, even recording their conversation in their bedrooms. Whether in Las Vegas, or Maryland, Pittsburgh, or Atlantic City. The pressure of tight surveillance got to Sam Giancana. His acid anger was fired at the G-men whenever he saw them.
Now Roma, he spots us. He says, "Hello, Mo," and he walks away. So we move out of there into the other room, and who the fuck walks in but that shit Hill?
Giancana started to lose control. He antagonized the agents and hissed obscenities. Retired boss Accardo was concerned that Giancana would do something stupid.
Don't call them dirty words or anything. Don't pay attention. Just walk away from them. Let them talk. You guys, holler and go fuck yourselves and this and that. The bastards, they're just like us. They got a job to do. We know what to do and we do it. I know.
Bobby Kennedy was tightening the noose. But one government agency had jeopardized all his work by secretly seeking Giancana's help, the CIA. The consequences for the agency and for Giancana would eventually be dire. Giancana and many other gangsters had once had vast, lucrative business interests on the island of Cuba, just a short hop from Miami. In exotic and poverty-stricken Cuba, white tourists with green dollars could live like royalty and lose money in the comfort of the mob-owned casino hotels.
Cuba was a gold mine for the mob. There's a lot of money made down there in the casinos and the joints, and Castro took it away completely.
On New Year's Day, 1959, Fidel Castro's rebel forces swept into Havana and, with popular support, supplanted the old mob-friendly regime of President Batista. Castro swiftly nationalized land and American businesses. He cost the mob and the U.S. government untold millions of dollars.
The mob, they were running Cuba. They were running amok down there under Batista. And when Castro came in, he threw them all out. So they were not happy with him. If they could get rid of Castro, they could move back in.
It wasn't just the mob who wanted Castro gone. The CIA saw Castro as a dangerous communist on America's doorstep, and they wanted him swept away.
So who would you go to? You go to mob guys who had good connections in Cuba. They'd operated there for years and are pretty good at killing people.
On the basis that my enemy's enemy is my friend, the CIA met Giancana and associates to try to arrange a gangland hit on Cuba's president, Fidel Castro.
They're certainly naive about the organized crime. They're not a hit squad. You can't buy them to kill people. They thought they could.
At a clandestine meeting at the Fontainebleau Hotel in Miami, the CIA wanted a Capone-style attack. with Castro going down in public in a hail of bullets. The real-life gangsters demurred, wanting to keep things nice and clean. Giancana suggested something much more CIA, using pills to poison Castro's food and drink. The CIA took his advice. But when a US government agency secretly commissioned murder from gangsters, they should have seen trouble coming.
And once you've dealt with them and they've given you something, then they have a right to ask for something back. And you don't want a reciprocal relationship with them. You're compromised.
Master manipulator Giancana soon turned the situation to his advantage. First, he's working for the CIA, and then somehow, they find themselves working for him. Giancana suspected Phyllis McGuire of having an affair in Las Vegas with top showbiz comedian Dan Rowan. He talked his CIA contact into arranging to plant a microphone in Rowan's hotel room. But the operation went terribly wrong. The installation engineers were discovered by hotel staff and arrested by police. The CIA feared the mob connection and Castro assassination plot would get out.
The agency did not want that plotting to come public, and they were afraid to death of any public examination of Giancana.
To avoid a public trial, a deeply embarrassed CIA Director of Security, Sheffield Edwards, had to confess in a memo to the FBI the whole sordid affair. When he found out, the Attorney General, Bobby Kennedy, was furious.
And he called Sheffield Edwards in to his offices. And what he said was, the next time you do something like that, you talk to me first.
One day, all this would come back to haunt both the CIA and Sam Giancana. FBI agents Roma and Rutland, watching and being verbally abused by Giancana in Chicago, now put even more pressure on the beleaguered outfit boss. Determined to drive him over the edge, the agents implemented what they called lockstep surveillance. Every day, round the clock, they were with him, following in cars. When he got out, they got out. When he walked, they walked within feet of him. They followed him on his golf round, rushing his game, jeering from the edge of the greens.
They were like this. He played golf, they were behind him, just everywhere he went. And it sent him off like a Roman candle.
They even followed him into restaurants. If he went to the restroom, an agent would also go and stand at the next urinal, which made it difficult for him to do what he had gone there to do.
It was pure, simple harassment. They weren't getting anything out of that.
Roma and Rutland were right about one thing. It drove Giancana mad. An electronic surveillance recording made in June 1963 reveals that his mob associates thought he was becoming dangerously irrational.
That fucking Giancana. Wait till you hear what he's done now. He's not making good decisions. What happened? Charlie McCarthy told Roma that Mo told him to tell Kennedy to talk to him through Sinatra. For Christ's sake, that's a cardinal rule. You don't give up a legit guy. He tells Roma that Sinatra's our guy to Kennedy? More or less. I'm so fucking mad I could jump out your window. And we gotta do something about this. The G is driving this man goofy.
A maddened Giancana lashed out in a way the mob would never understand. He sued the FBI. saying their lockstep operation violated his civil rights. Giancana's lawyer hired a film crew to shoot the FBI lockstep in action. In a darkened courtroom, the judge was also shown Giancana's respectable lifestyle. Playing a round of golf, going to church, and visiting his father's grave. An injunction against lockstep surveillance was granted. The FBI agents would have to keep their distance. Sam Giancana had, for the moment, beaten the FBI. But Giancana's victory soon evaporated. And to escape the continual scrutiny, he and Phyllis holidayed at Sinatra's home in Palm Beach, and then in Las Vegas. Meanwhile, the FBI was recording some disturbing mobster conversations.
Kennedy, a guy should take a knife and stab and kill that fucker. I mean it. This is true. Honest to God. Right in the White House. Somebody's got to get rid of that fucker.
The Kennedys' war against organized crime was fueling a dark mood among gangsters all over the United States.
They should kill the whole family. My mother and father, too.
Just a few months later, on November the 22nd, 1963, President John F. Kennedy was assassinated during a Dallas motorcade. The killing spawned a rash of conspiracy theories about who might be responsible.
There was always a strong rumor that the mob had something to do with the assassination of John Kennedy.
The rumors of Mafia involvement were fed when it was revealed that the man who gunned down Kennedy's assassin, Lee Harvey Oswald, was mob fixer Jack Ruby. It didn't go unnoticed that Sam Giancana had sought Ruby's help from time to time. But despite the rumors, there has never been anything to substantiate claims that the mob had any part in it. President Kennedy's death did, however, give the mob what it wanted: the immobilization of his gang-busting brother.
I think he was simply crushed and shocked by it.
An FBI informant heard Giancana's reaction. What he said was chilling.
Attorney General Robert Kennedy will not have the power that he did.
Within a year, the new president appointed a different attorney general, and Robert Kennedy was gone. Giancana thought the pressure was off. But Bobby Kennedy had rebuilt the Justice Department to smash organized crime. Even without him, the machinery worked on. Crucially, Kennedy had inspired a generation of investigative lawyers who would not give up the fight. One of Bobby's boys was a young lawyer in the Department of Justice strike force, David Shippers.
Always there was this Sam Giancana hanging out there, the one guy that nobody seemed to be able to touch. All he had to do was surface once, and we'd be able to put him into a conspiracy of some kind. Couldn't find anything.
Shippers' problem was a lack of hard evidence. The FBI agents' years of electronic surveillance put Giancana at the center of extortion, illegal gambling, and murder. But as the bugs were installed under presidential prerogative and not by a judicial warrant, the thousands of hours of incriminating recordings were not admissible as evidence in court. But determined to put Giancana behind bars, Shippers meticulously constructed a cunning legal snare. First, to question Giancana about his criminal career, Shippers awoke the dormant power of an investigative grand jury.
Without the grand jury, we were dead in the water. We couldn't do a thing because we had no personal subpoena power. It was a grand jury that had the subpoena power.
If you're subpoenaed to the grand jury, you got no choice. You got to show up. You may take the Fifth Amendment, but you're going to get dragged in there.
Second, Shippers had to stop Giancana hiding behind the Fifth Amendment by removing any possibility that he could incriminate himself.
If what you're saying can never be used against you, then the Fifth Amendment doesn't apply. That's where the use of immunity came in.
Granting immunity from prosecution to a top Mafia boss was a bold step, and a hard sell to Shippers' boss, the U.S. Attorney.
The U.S. Attorney looked at me and he said, "Are you nuts? Are you crazy?" They said, "Well, you don't really think he would talk." We wouldn't immunize him if we didn't think he'd talk. If he doesn't talk, we'll put him in jail. If he does talk, we're going to have one heck of a great case. We'll break the whole stupid mafia.
At last, the trap was set. But would Giancana take the bait? In December 1964, the federal grand jury investigation began. To soften Giancana up, Shippers summoned his mob associates to question them in secret. Giancana feared they might be spilling their guts, but he couldn't be sure. Then, to play even more on Giancana's increasing paranoia, Shippers exploited his weak spot. He subpoenaed Phyllis McGuire.
So here comes Phyllis McGuire. We're going to put her in the grand jury. I just assumed she's going to come in and answer our questions. And the questions would essentially have been about her association, nothing embarrassing. She was the key to this whole thing.
Phyllis seemed shaken by the experience. Whether she actually testified or asserted her Fifth Amendment rights and declined to answer is still secret. But the thought that Phyllis had told them anything sent the paranoid Giancana crazy.
You know, he said over the weekend that he was pretty angry with you. Have you talked to him about it?
No comment.
Well, the word came back to us that Sam Giancana was ready to kill himself.
Is this an indication, do you think, that your relationship is all over?
No comment.
Because he thought, if she talked, I'm in trouble.
David Shippers scheduled Giancana straight after Phyllis and made sure he reinforced Sam's fears when they met just before questioning.
I had a transcript of another individual's testimony in some case. It was about a half-inch thick. And we had the court reporter put a page on top that said, "Testimony of Phyllis McGuire." And I know Sam saw it.
Shippers had Giancana right where he wanted him, on the witness stand. The Chicago boss thought he knew the rules of this game. He'd plead the Fifth Amendment to each question and go home as usual. But he didn't realize David Shippers had changed the rules.
I remember the judge saying to him, "Mr. Giancana, if you received a traffic ticket on the way in here today, nobody can touch you. You are immune from any prosecution for any crime as of this moment."
Immunity effectively stripped Giancana of Fifth Amendment protection.
And then it really hit him when the judge told him he was immune and he had to talk. He was ordered to testify. Then it hit him.
The single-minded purpose of David Shippers seemed to remind Giancana of an old adversary.
He turned to me and he said, "You're one of Bobby's boys, aren't you?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I am."
Giancana had no choice. If he talked and lied, he was certain to perjure himself. If he talked and told the truth, the mob would kill him. Giancana gave his name and address, invoked the Fifth, and the trap was sprung. Sam Giancana, boss of the Chicago outfit, by refusing to answer questions, was in contempt of court and taken straight to jail.
Sam Giancana was totally awed. He was rattled. He couldn't understand how this could happen.
The judge commented that Giancana had the key to his own cell. He would be released when he decided to answer the grand jury's questions. But in the outfit, you don't talk. Giancana kept his mouth shut. This was a government victory of sorts, as it was the first time he'd been in prison for over 20 years.
That rocked the whole organized crime around the country.
But was it such a great victory? Giancana could only be held in jail until the grand jury folded a year later. On the night Giancana was released, in May 1966, there was a party at his home in Oak Park, but senior mobsters found nothing to celebrate. The outfit old guard decided Mo Giancana's high profile and volatile temper was bad for business. They gave the FBI a belated victory by stripping Sam Giancana of his rank as boss and throwing him out of Chicago for good. Giancana left the US to live in Cuernavaca, Mexico. Over the years, he built a new life for himself. No G-men dogged his steps or monitored his phone calls. And Giancana returned to what he did best, making money. In the mid-60s, as NASA prepared to put a man on the moon, Giancana was launching a gambling operation on cruise ships in the Caribbean. While the US tore itself apart over the Vietnam War, Giancana's international ambitions met with success in Guatemala and with the Shah of Iran. In 1968, his old adversary, Robert Kennedy, ran for president. But on the campaign trail, he was gunned down and killed. And although the 70s saw an aging Giancana undergo abdominal surgery, he enjoyed a quiet, wealthy life. Then, suddenly, a dark episode from his past cast a chill shadow over Sam Giancana, his connection to the CIA. In January 1975, a Senate Select Committee began investigating illegal CIA operations, specifically CIA involvement in plans to assassinate Castro. Its findings would shock Chairman Senator Church.
It is simply intolerable that any agency of the government of the United States may engage in murder.
The committee was very interested in hearing from any mobsters consulted by the CIA in their Castro assassination plots. Although lying low in Mexico, Giancana had been snatched from his hideaway and suddenly found himself deported back into the United States. The press were waiting.
Giancana, why did you have to leave Mexico, sir?
Why? I don't know.
Mr. Giancana, what are your future plans?
The future plans of one-time boss Giancana were to re-establish his cut of Chicago outfit operations.
Once he arrived in Chicago, he announced to the entire organization that he was back and he was the man.
But a new generation ran the Chicago outfit. They had no room for the aging Giancana.
By that time, a lot of his rivals were in the penitentiary or dead because of what we'd been doing to them.
Knocked out of action in Chicago, Giancana received a subpoena that ordered him to appear before the Senate committee without fail in Washington, D.C. on June the 24th, 1975. But Sam Giancana never made it. On June the 19th, 1975, 4 days after celebrating his 67th birthday, Sam Giancana was at home in Oak Park, Chicago. He was cooking in his basement kitchen. Routine police patrols noticed nothing unusual. Health problems meant he could not eat spicy foods. So it seems the sausage and peppers was a late-night snack for a friend. A friend Giancana liked and trusted. A close friend. But the Mafia hadn't quite finished with Sam Giancana. The way he was killed showed that the mob no longer trusted him to keep quiet.
He was shot in the mouth, so that you might draw the conclusion that somebody was leaving a message. Don't talk.
It was somewhat interesting that somebody that powerful was killed, so there had to be a major decision among the powers that be in the mob.
Sam Giancana's extraordinary career had lasted over 50 years, spanning the heyday of organized crime in America. In the years after Giancana, show business stars began to shun any mob connection. The glamorous image of gangsters became tarnished. People realized they were just killers. Never again would a Mafia boss be so closely associated with the bright stars of show business or the dark underbelly of politics. The FBI and the Justice Department had struck the first serious blows aimed at breaking the Mafia. Lucky Luciano, the #1 gangster of all time. Intelligent, ruthless, and a visionary. Luciano transformed the Mafia from warring street gangs into a highly sophisticated empire. Under Luciano, the Mafia grew to be bigger than General Motors. And by the time he'd finished, the mob was raking in $40 billion a year.
Lucky Luciano is a quintessential American. Using his cunning and his intelligence, rises to a position of fantastic power and wealth.
This is the story of the man who put the organized into organized crime.
One man changed the whole texture and landscape of crime in America. There's no question that Luciano invented the modern mafia.
But where were the law enforcers? Why was nobody able to stop him? On September the 10th, 1931, 4 hitmen came calling at offices above Grand Central Station in New York City. Their target, New York's top mafia boss, Salvatore Maranzano. This execution was a critical moment in the meteoric rise of the biggest gangster in American history, Charles "Lucky" Luciano.
Once in every generation comes along a dynamic criminal genius mind. And the mafia in America was blessed that they had Lucky Luciano.
Luciano had begun his career as a top hitman for New York Mafia Don Giuseppe "Joe the Boss" Masseria. Masseria headed the largest Italian gang in the city and ruled the streets in the early 1920s. But in 1925, another boss arrived in town. His name was Salvatore Maranzano, from the infamous mafia town of Castellammare del Golfo in Sicily. And he was eager to seize control of Masseria's empire. When tensions mounted between the two leaders, the killings began. The streets of New York turned red. The underworld called it the Castellammarese War. But for one man, all this chaos was the opportunity he was waiting for. Luciano had always been against the bloodbath, arguing that gunfights and bodies were bad for business and attracted too much police attention. Luciano also despised the old ways of his warring boss, Masseria. Luciano wanted to build bridges with Jewish and Irish gangsters. He believed their networks were essential to the success of the Mafia's international businesses. But Masseria was fiercely opposed to any non-Italian partnerships.
People like Masseria hardly spoke English. They couldn't communicate. It was a different generation. And Lucky understood this and they didn't.
After 18 months of fighting, with no end in sight, Maranzano told Luciano that if Masseria was eliminated, he would not take revenge on his men. Luciano shared Maranzano's vision and made him an offer. He would kill his boss, Masseria, if he could take over his gang and become an equal power with Maranzano. Maranzano accepted the deal. Luciano invited Masseria to a lunchtime meeting at one of his favorite restaurants, the Nova Villa Tamaro, in Coney Island, New York. While they played cards, Luciano's hitmen waited outside for his signal. Masseria's murder, Luciano signaled to the underworld that the Castellamarese War was over. Maranzano then called hundreds of gang members from across the country to a meeting in the Bronx to announce his victory.
Now it's going to be different,
he told them, and spelled out his grand plan. The gangs of New York would be organized into 5 families to control the boroughs of the Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens, and Staten Island. Each family would be headed by a boss with an underboss, and under them would be lieutenants and soldiers. And above them all would be Maranzano himself. And if anyone disagreed, they would be killed.
I'm going to be capo di tutti capi, the boss of all bosses.
This meant that he would be the leader of all the New York Mafia operations. His speech enraged Luciano. Maranzano had backtracked on his promise of equality, and now Luciano was determined to strike back. Maranzano realized Luciano was a potential threat to his total dominance of the American Mafia. So Maranzano contracted the notorious Irish killer, Vincent Mad Dog Cole, to get rid of Luciano. Cole was a lone, out-of-town hitman for hire and would be perfect for the job. But Luciano learned the details of the plan. Maranzano would call him into his office for a business meeting, and Mad Dog Cole would be waiting there to kill him. For Luciano, it was now a question of kill or be killed. The problem was how to kill Maranzano. He was extremely well protected, never without bodyguards, and always traveled in a bulletproof car. Tax agents and accountants were frequent visitors to Maranzano's offices, and Luciano realized that this was his way in. On the day Luciano was to have his meeting with Maranzano, he would send his hitmen instead, all posing as taxmen. As an extra touch, they would be Jewish, as he knew Maranzano despised them. Luciano then contacted his childhood friend, Meyer Lansky, to arrange the hit. It is said that Lansky then rented a remote house in the Bronx for the 4 killers to prepare for the hit. They were forbidden to leave the house and were provided with all the provisions they required, including women. And through the summer months of 1931, Lansky taught them how to talk, walk, and act like taxmen. Then in September, the call came through. Maranzano told Luciano to come to his office to discuss urgent business. On September the 10th, 1931, Luciano sent the 4 hitmen to Maranzano's offices above Grand Central Station in New York. The gangsters entered his office and drew their knives, a weapon chosen to kill their victim in silence. But Maranzano would not go down without a fight. He took multiple stab wounds to his body, a slashed throat. He was still alive. The killers were forced to do it the noisy way. With the death of Maranzano, Luciano's time had come. At last, Luciano would realize his vision to reach out across America and organize organized crime. One of the first people he turned to was someone he'd known since they were both street kids. Luciano started out by offering protection to Jewish schoolboys targeted by Irish gangs. One day, he squared up to a small boy on his way home.
If you want to keep alive, Jew boy, you gotta pay us 5 cents week protection money.
The schoolboy stared him in the eye and told him to
go fuck yourself.
It was Meyer Lansky, a young Polish immigrant and the man who Luciano had turned to when he needed hitmen for Maranzano's execution.
From day one, we're talking when they're in their early teens, they knew each other. They were thugs then. But they developed this relationship where they built it into an empire.
Meyer Lansky became Luciano's right-hand man and chief business executive. He was tough, brilliant with numbers, and, unusually for a mobster, honest.
The relationship between Lucky Luciano and Meyer Lansky is the most important relationship in organized crime in the United States.
Critically, Lansky was able to do complex calculations in his head without committing anything to paper.
These are two incredibly talented and open-minded individuals who realized that if they joined forces using an American corporation as a model, that they could eliminate the possibility of an individual monopolizing profits, and they could share profits and distribute them evenly, and therefore bring a certain stability to organized crime that had never existed before.
And there was another Jewish gangster to get Luciano to think big. Arnold Rothstein. Known along Broadway as the Brain, the Big Bankroll, and the Fixer, Rothstein was a fabulously rich New York businessman.
There were things that Rothstein was doing that nobody else was doing, and Luciano saw the possibilities.
Rothstein could bring off rackets that no one else could dream of.
Arnold Rothstein was famous as the man who fixed the 1919 World Series. This is a prime example of racketeering. You take a normal activity like a baseball game, you corrupt the players, therefore you can bet on a winning thing.
Rothstein tutored him there about how real money could be made, not just in low-level predatory street crime, that there were bigger things, you could fix things.
And sure enough, bigger things were about to come along for Luciano. In 1919, the US government did an incredible thing. It banned alcohol, believing that it was leading to the moral destruction of the nation. The ban was known as Prohibition, and with America wanting to drink, it was a gift to organized crime gangs, especially in the thirstiest cities like New York.
They saw a real gold mine in Prohibition. And what it did was it turned some of them, like Luciano, they had to become executives. Because now they had to run organizations that either imported booze or manufactured it, and you had to distribute it. So in that sense, they had to run a real organization. It wasn't just go out and mug somebody on the street. You had to be smart now, because you were dealing, instead of thousands, you were dealing with millions. So it turned these people who were really inexperienced, old-fashioned outlaws into business criminal executives overnight.
Luciano, Lansky, and Rothstein proved to be quick learners, and soon they became very rich indeed.
Now that wealth translates into power. It translates into political power. It means that you can buy political protection. It means that you can buy police protection, because alcohol is something everybody wants to do. So they are willing to collude with gangsters. What they don't understand is that once you cooperate with gangsters, you've sold your soul, and the gangsters understood this.
With New York City full of booze, and cops, judges, and council officials being bribed all over the place, Luciano and his associates had free rein to take control of whatever they wanted.
They had their hand in everything because nobody would look at them. Nobody would even consider investigating them. Not the least of which was J. Edgar Hoover.
There is nothing mysterious about the manner in which the Federal Bureau of Investigation works. The special agent must be a good marksman and have the courage to shoot it out with the most venomous of public enemies.
Director Hoover supervising field practice. And
J. Edgar Hoover was the boss of the FBI, and he was eager to make a name for himself.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation, the paramount law enforcement, and the only national law enforcement agency that could really combat the Mafia, and they didn't do a thing.
Hoover had launched his war on crime during the early 1930s. He went after bank robbers, kidnappers, and killers who were terrorizing the Midwest and outraging the nation.
The FBI mostly went after the headline public enemies like John Dillinger, Pretty Boy Floyd,
Machine Gun Kelly, taking people out with,
Hoover had essentially denied that there was a national crime syndicate. He said, these are local gangsters, and this is the job of the local police to deal with it. He didn't want to get involved with these people because they're very well connected politically.
Realizing nobody was going to come after him, Luciano was able to expand his vision and develop new ways for the Mafia to grow.
Luciano saw and could predict that by the late 20s, Prohibition was going to end in America.
And if the Mafia was going to be successful, Luciano had to prevent inter-mob wars from ever breaking out again.
It was terrible for business, and it also threw a spotlight on him. That's why I say he was something like a Bill Gates or a Warren Buffett, and he had to get a different business model.
So, towards the end of 1931, Luciano summoned the top leaders of 20 Mafia factions across the country, including gangsters like Al Capone, to a national conference in Chicago. Luciano then did an extraordinary thing. He proposed an entirely new business structure for organized crime.
He laid out the rules. Here's how we're going to operate. This whole concept that had never existed before, he created a whole new texture, a whole new way of how criminals could operate in America, organized criminals. What he did was he turned predatory street gangs, which had many internal and external wars with each other, he turned them into this one single octopus of an organization that was so different from anything else that ever existed. And it took the American law enforcement almost 60 years to get a handle on it. It was so terrific.
Luciano kept with Maranzano's 5 New York families, but to each family, he added a consigliere, a skilled counselor and advisor, whose task was to ensure that problems within families were resolved without the need for violence. Luciano then unveiled his most striking innovation without precedent in the Sicilian Mafia or amongst American gangsters.
Luciano, he created the commission, and the commission would be the board of directors. If any rules for the mafia throughout the country had to be changed, it would be up to the commission. And if there were any territorial disputes or disputes over rackets, the commission would take care of it. Now, the concept there was to prevent wars.
It is almost precisely what the various countries around the world did when they were faced with the same problem post-World War II. They created the United Nations. One could actually take the UN Charter and for most of it substitute the word families for states and Cosa Nostra for the organization for the United Nations and Commission for Security Council, and the rules would be identical.
As proof of his good intentions, Luciano introduced one other startling change. He would be just one amongst equals. There would be no boss of all bosses. Instead, Luciano introduced a more democratic form of leadership. The commission would consist of a board of 7 family directors, 5 in New York and 1 each in both Chicago and Buffalo. Each would have a single vote with all the decisions determined by the majority. This would ensure all the leaders of the most powerful families had an equal say.
He was this incredible, dynamic genius who saw how the landscape and how the tapestry of the mafia had to be organized. Here is somebody who comes along in 1931 and envisions that if the mafia was going to prevail and succeed, it had to be a mirror image of American capitalism.
Luciano had come up with a business structure. It would last for the next 50 years. And because it worked so perfectly, everything was now up for grabs.
But the commission was the second government of this country. It really was. They actually controlled a lot of industries in this country, not the least of which was the restaurant business, the gambling industry. Las Vegas is a great example of it.
They had control of the garment industry, the meat industry, the fish market, the docks, the unions, loan sharking, drugs and prostitution.
Luciano said he was going to turn prostitution into an industry like the A&P, which is a supermarket chain.
They were all powerful.
And they were making billions of dollars a year. And what was good for the Mafia was good for Luciano, too.
By 1930 standards, Lucky Luciano wasn't even a multi-millionaire anymore, he was a billionaire.
Luciano took a suite in one of the most luxurious hotels in the world, the Waldorf Astoria, and checked in under the name of Charles Ross to protect himself from rival gangsters.
The kind of money he was reaping in millions every week, and he suddenly became a really sharp dresser. Had ladies on his arms all the time, had a private plane. He flew around to racetracks all over the country.
Luciano was also a bachelor and party animal. He rose late, wore handmade suits and shoes from England, and danced the nights away with chorus girls and nightclub singers.
And he operated in this kind of almost open fashion as this suave, debonair type who could roam around New York, nightclubs. He had pieces of everything.
Luciano wined and dined with politicians and rubbed shoulders with stars like Frank Sinatra and the actor of many classic gangster films, George Raft. Luciano's high life was getting him noticed elsewhere. FBI agents began to work out that he was a key player in the underworld, but they had surprisingly little information on him. One statement described Luciano as the leading racketeer along Italian lines, is very powerful and made considerable money in liquor. Another declared, Charles Luciano, alias Lucky, is the head of the underworld in New York. And an FBI memo had Luciano in a conspiracy to smuggle drugs from Europe into the United States. They also had in their hands local police records, which showed Luciano had been arrested 35 times for offenses ranging from traffic violations to assault and robbery with a gun. But despite this evidence, the FBI still decided to ignore him. But there was a man determined to get Luciano. His name was Thomas E. Dewey.
We have made a real start on cleaning the gangsters out of New York.
Dewey was a fiercely ambitious lawyer who, by the age of just 33, had got the top job as New York City's special prosecutor to crack down on organized crime.
In 2 years, we have shown that our people can be protected, that they can be delivered from the grip of the mob.
In the 1930s, Luciano was the face of organized crime.
It was an open secret how important and how big he was.
And Dewey was after him. He realized that Luciano must be making vast sums of money from his criminal enterprises to finance his luxurious lifestyle.
Today, crime is syndicated and organized. A new type of criminal exists who leaves to his hirelings and frontmen the actual offenses and rarely commits an overt act himself. The only way in which the major criminal can be punished is by connecting him to those various layers.
But Dewey had a tough time finding anything he could pin on him. Luciano was careful with every step he took. He was wary of wiretaps, cautious with his telephone conversations, and like his close friend, Meyer Lansky, kept no records on paper. All the incriminating details were in his head. Then, out of the blue, Dewey was offered a lead that could ensnare Luciano in a web of vice crime. A series of police wiretaps in local brothels uncovered clues that an organization called the Combine controlled around 300 establishments in Manhattan and Brooklyn. They discovered that a top Luciano enforcer named David Little Davy Batillo was overseeing the Combine operations. In January 1936, Dewey's investigators raided 80 brothels in the New York City area and arrested over 100 prostitutes and madams.
These arrested women were definitely placed between a rock and a hard place. They had nowhere to go.
The cops started to put the women under real pressure to spill the beans on Luciano.
So many of them were addicted to heroin when they were arrested. Cops waited until the 4th day of the cold turkey withdrawal when they were climbing the walls and desperate to get them to agree to testify against the mob.
Dewey's investigators managed to get 3 or 4 people to flip, to turn. And incredibly, they claimed that they had seen Luciano at meetings where he discussed what kind of percentage his family was getting from these whorehouses.
Even before the trial had commenced, the newspapers had Luciano convicted. The New York Daily News headlined him the droopy-eyed Tsar of the oldest profession. The trial began on May the 12th, 1935. Dewey reigned forth in his opening statement.
Luciano will be shown not to have placed any of the women in houses or taken money from them. Instead, he set up his apartment in the Waldorf Astoria and was the czar of the ring. We will show that Luciano's function was to rule. All other defendants were his servants.
Dewey lined up 68 witnesses, mainly hookers, pimps, and madams, who had been promised shorter sentences, immunity, or probation from aiding the prosecution. Dewey's main strategy was to depict the prostitutes as desperate victims of the Depression, exploited and terrorized by the Combine's ruthless enforcers.
The madam who was hit over the head with the lead stick, for example, went on the witness stand to testify that there was blood all over the place when she was attacked by the very men who were sitting there in the defendant's area.
One of the key witnesses was the notorious Madam Cokie Flo.
Cokie Flo's testimony was typical of the testimony that all of the women gave on the witness stand. It was hearsay. She heard Luciano was going to bring everybody together like a chain of supermarkets. She heard this and she heard that.
The idea that he would discuss in the presence of prostitutes, even a madam, the kind of mundane business stuff just didn't work. It looked like a fix. They got these witnesses to really exaggerate or to invent testimony.
At this stage in the trial, with doubt being cast over the evidence, everything seemed to be going in Luciano's favor. But then, Luciano made a big mistake. Against his lawyer's advice, he insisted on taking to the witness stand to deny all charges.
Dewey's demeanor while interviewing Lucky Luciano, while Luciano was under oath on the witness stand, was very brilliant. He got him to show his underworld side, the side that wasn't very funny to most people, wasn't very suave or sophisticated to others.
For 4 hours, Dewey pummeled him with questions about his life, his previous convictions, his taxes, his association with other gangsters, and proved that he was lying in answer after answer.
He was really lacerated by Dewey's question.
I'm asking you, do you tell the truth when you are under oath?
I'm telling the truth now.
You don't want to answer that question, do you?
I didn't say I told the truth all the time, but now I'm telling the truth.
Dewey's onslaught had now reduced Luciano to a perspiring, squirming wreck. Far from being an honest businessman, he was revealed as a tax evader.
You have not paid a dime to the state government yet, is that right?
That's right.
And that is because the federal state prosecutes big gangsters and the state does not by income tax. Isn't that so?
I don't know.
Dewey even brought out information very embarrassing to Luciano that he had once, when he was a young man, had been an informer in a narcotics investigation. So it made his whole reputation look a little tainted. Here was this top guy. Turned out that once he had been a rat to save his skin.
In the end, Dewey's summation to the jury described Luciano's testimony as
a shocking, disgusting display of sanctimonious perjury, at the end of which I am sure not one of you had a doubt that before you stood not a gambler, not a bookmaker, but the greatest gangster in America.
And Dewey managed to persuade the jury to the end. Luciano was convicted on 62 counts of compulsory prostitution. Justice McCook gave the sentence.
I am not here to reproach you, but since there is no excuse for your conduct nor for your rehabilitation, to administer adequate sentence, I hereby pronounce a sentence to serve from 30 to 50 years.
The sentence probably did not fit the crime, but it was an instrument on the part of Dewey and the prosecutor's office to try to rid New York of the elements of organized crime that were the most threatening.
Dewey was a crime-busting hero, and it was the start of his meteoric career. He became the governor of New York in 1942 and twice ran for presidency.
Once the alliance between criminals and politicians is smashed, racketeering will come to a prompt end.
In his memories of the case, Luciano wrote,
I still get madder at Dewey's crap more than anything else. That little shit with the mustache comes right out and admits he got me for everything else but what he charged me with. He knew I didn't have a fucking thing to do with prostitution. Not with none of them broads. But Dewey was such a goddamn racketeer himself in a legal way that he crawled up my back with a frame and stabbed me.
Luciano tried to fight back. He appealed against his sentence. And he ordered for the prostitutes who testified against him to be rounded up so they could now say they had lied in court.
They met up with the mobsters, all is forgiven kind of mentality, and re-addicted to heroin almost immediately. Once they were re-addicted, they brought them cross-country to offices in California, signed briefs that they were rescinding their prior testimony and that they did not mean it, that they told a bunch of lies.
But despite his efforts, Luciano's appeal failed. Luciano was sent to the isolated maximum security Clinton Penitentiary in Dannemora, near the Canadian border. Nicknamed Siberia, it was 500 miles away and a far cry from the luxurious trappings of his Manhattan life.
What a come down from a suite at the Waldorf Towers to a cell.
When they told me I was going to Dannemora, I wasn't sure I could make it. It meant moving out of the Waldorf Towers into a sewer. The worst part of it was we didn't have any connections up there, and that meant I was in for a rough time. I was willing to put up $1 million bond, and I told them that as soon as I heard that I was going to Dannemora. But once they had me, they wasn't gonna let me go.
But anyone who thought Luciano was finished was mistaken. His foresight in setting up the commission now showed itself.
When he was sentenced, the family didn't dissolve. The organization continued to function. And this is, again, the wisdom of Lucky Luciano, that even though he, the originator, is the first boss to be convicted, he proves his point. It functions well.
Although Luciano remained the boss, Frank Costello, a highly regarded and well-known figure in New York's underworld, took over the day-to-day running of his empire. Costello continued to bring in millions of dollars and increase the family's fortunes, while his boss planned his next move. And Luciano didn't have to wait long. When America entered the Second World War in 1942, he found that his country needed him. The war in the Atlantic was going badly for the Allies. And the US government was concerned their crucial East Coast docks were under serious threat.
It's the keystone to the war effort on the East Coast. One ship, a French ship in Normandy, caught on fire and sank.
Sparked by an acetylene torch, swept through the proud ship. Thousands of workmen fled for their lives as firemen from all parts of New York and neighboring cities fought the fire around the clock.
The prevailing opinion is that it was accidental, but the U.S. Navy and a lot of other government officials believed it could have been sabotage.
Naval intelligence, desperate to prevent further attacks and German spies from infiltrating the docks, sought the help of the mobsters who controlled the waterfronts. But if they were going to get the help of the dockers, they had to get the Mafia's permission first.
Luciano was so powerful that the Mafia bosses would not consent. These are not patriots. They're not stepping up to the government and saying, yes, sir, and saluting. They're saying, we have to get approval from the boss, our boss. Our boss is not the President of the United States. Our boss is Lucky Luciano, and he's in prison.
To win Luciano's support, the first thing the US government did was move Luciano from the harsh conditions of Dannemora to a prison known as the Country Club of the penal system, Grand Meadow, close to New York. Here, Luciano began negotiations with the authorities and his men.
And sure enough, Luciano acts like he's a patriot now, even though he was still an Italian citizen and never a naturalized American citizen. And he sends out the word for Lansky and other couriers, peace on the waterfront. Not only would there be no sabotage, there would be no work stoppages. Things were going to run smoothly. It's the word from the boss. What an example. A man in prison has so much power that he can control the essential harbor in New York City. If you need any testimonial to his power, that's it.
Luciano then asked for a pardon. He had delivered his side of the bargain and now wanted freedom.
Guess who's the governor of New York at that time? No other person but Thomas E. Dewey.
In an extraordinary irony, Dewey, the man who put him away for 30 to 50 years, granted Luciano executive clemency in 1946 on the condition that he was deported to Italy and that he would never be allowed back in the US. Dewey's resentment was clear.
Upon the entry of the United States into the war, Luciano's aid was sought by the armed services in inducing others to provide information concerning possible enemy attack. It appears that he cooperated in such an effort, although the actual value of the information produced is not clear.
Luciano had served just 10 years of his 50-year sentence when he left American shores on February the 10th, 1946, bound for Sicily. But within months, Luciano was traveling from Italy to Havana, Cuba, and was back in business. A week-long meeting was held at the Hotel Nacional, where Luciano, Meyer Lansky, Frank Costello, and other high-ranking Mafia members discussed the heroin trade.
He was involved in numerous narcotics deals because Italy at that time was really becoming important in the transfer of narcotics, not just to the US, but worldwide. Heroin was becoming a big money maker for the Mafia.
In 1957, in Palermo, Sicily, Luciano was reported to be overseeing meetings with more than 30 Sicilian and American mafia leaders to create the world's largest heroin exporting rackets. Five years later, in 1962, Luciano was targeted for arrest as an alleged member of a ring that smuggled $150 million worth of heroin into the United States. But before the authorities could get him, Luciano died of a heart attack in Italy. He was 65.
A guy who could demand respect. Luciano was the power to be. He ran the show, willing to resort to violence if he had to. And the system worked. I mean, the guy was good.
Charles Lucky Luciano's reign had been a remarkable one. He transformed the Mafia from the warring street gangs into a highly sophisticated empire. Under Luciano, the Mafia grew to be bigger than General Motors. And by the time he'd finished, the mob was raking in $40 billion a year. And while there had been run-ins with the local law enforcement agencies, the FBI hadn't even known it existed. And if anyone likes to think of Luciano as a criminal genius, they should not forget that he had many people killed, condemned many others to drug addiction and prostitution, and left a terrible wake of misery and suffering behind him. Joe Columbo was a man who liked to do things differently. He was the only mobster who dared to protest against the FBI.
You don't go to war with the United States government. Nobody goes to war with the United States government. They're too powerful.
But Columbo did. His weapon of choice, mass protest.
There's a conspiracy in this country against every Italian American. We've been saying this, we'll continue to say it, and it's only till it touches them.
But in following this path, Columbo moved from crime into politics and the glare of publicity. On the way, he broke the cardinal rule of the Mafia.
He was the one that chose publicity over silence. He was the one that chose cameras over staying in the shadows.
Columbo became infatuated with fame and celebrity and completely forgot the way a mobster should live.
This incensed the old mafioso. They didn't want that. And he was told, stop this. If you continue, you're gonna pay a price.
In the heart of Manhattan, in front of thousands of witnesses, Joe Columbo would face his day of reckoning. Across the East River from Manhattan lies the borough of Brooklyn. In 1962, this was Mafia country. The hunting ground of Joseph Columbo. The 40-year-old mobster lived and worked these streets. He was a capo, or captain, a mid-ranking mafioso in New York's Profaci crime family. One of the 5 crime families that dominated the city's criminal underworld. Then, in 1964, an event took place that would supercharge his career. Columbo was summoned by his Mafia boss to an important meeting. Joe Magliocco had a mission for him. It was a hit, and a particularly dangerous one. For Joseph Columbo, this was nothing new. He had already killed people, about 11 murders to date. Rubbing people out was what capos did.
You would never advance to capo without killing.
If they tell you to kill somebody, you go out and kill somebody. And you don't resign except feet first.
You would not even be considered for capo unless you murdered somebody on orders from the boss.
So until this moment, Columbo was nothing special within Mafia circles. Just one killer amongst many.
There were plenty of people like that around. Typical kind of hoodlum, nothing outstanding about him that I know of.
But that was about to change forever. The target this time was none other than Carlo Gambino. From a young hoodlum, he had become New York's biggest mafia godfather.
Gambino was generally regarded as the most powerful boss in the city.
He was unquestionably the most fearsome mobster in town. Gambino had built his family into New York's toughest clan.
He could take on 3 out of the 5 families at one time. That's how big his organization was. And he had some of the best killers that they were. If you killed Carlo Gambino, that was the kiss of death.
So, rather than kill Carlo Gambino, Columbo decided to tip him off. He was now breaking one of the mob's most important rules. Every mafia family relies on unswerving loyalty from its members. This is one of the so-called 10 Commandments. Your family comes first. Always.
You swear allegiance to that family and only that family. Nothing will come before your family, your mafia. And everything else takes second place to it.
But Columbo completely rejected this. He went straight to the man he'd been told to kill, Carlo Gambino. The move worked well. Gambino was grateful. First, he ordered Columbo's boss, Joe Magliocco, to retire. Then, as a reward for Columbo's bold move, he was given Magliocco's old job. He was promoted to head of a family, renamed in his honor. The Profaci family became the Columbo family in 1964.
Sometimes if you want to advance, you have to make bold moves. Very bold, but it worked out.
Columbo had made mafia history. He became the youngest godfather in a generation. Thanks to Columbo's new position, there were now real benefits. He could live off the proceeds of crime paid to him by his criminal family members.
Well, if you're the godfather, you're the boss of the family, and depending upon the size of that family, all your capos have to be bringing an envelope up to you. Everything that is brought into the family is kicked up to the head of the family.
Columbo eagerly took over the best money-making operations, and the cash rolled in.
Anywhere where there was money to be made, you could find organized crime.
They know how to make money out of just about anything.
There was illegal gambling. Sometimes games were rigged to earn extra cash.
Well, the gambling racket was basically, you could have a floating crap game or a poker game, and it could be moved anywhere within the city of New York. I mean, it had cocktail waitress and everything. It was a high-end roller, and it still goes on today.
Columbo and his men didn't just make money from the bets, but also from loan sharking to gamblers or anyone who needed cash fast. Loan sharking, or Shylock loans, charged borrowers huge rates of weekly interest, known as the VIG.
Basically, there are many people out there that need money, and banks would not that readily give them the money because they had no financial backing. Organized crime would. Of course, he would pay an interest on the money, almost 25 to 26%. If you miss a payment, they'll double the VIG.
If you carried on missing payments, you could expect a beating, or worse. The loan shark book of any mafia operator could run into hundreds of thousands of dollars of weekly income. It was an easy way to make cash on the street. Columbo also made money from hijacking trucks and cargoes. The stolen goods were then sold on, known as fencing. Added to the mix was extortion, protection rackets, and infamous mafia-run union scams. Unions controlled everything from construction to garbage. So the mafia took over the unions. They plundered the pension funds and set up trade monopolies that benefited only them. As a result, Columbo was getting seriously rich. The only problem was, this wealth began to attract the attention of the police and the FBI. A couple of years into Columbo's reign, the authorities started to look hard at organized crime in New York. In the previous decade, the police and FBI had been slow to recognize the threat posed by the mafia. Now Columbo and the city's mafia families were in their sights. In September 1966, the FBI and Queens District Attorney's Office made its first breakthrough. A massive bust at the La Stella restaurant in the east of the city.
La Stella is a restaurant on Queens Boulevard in Queens. And they brought in the mob chiefs from all over the country. And they all sat down and broke bread and went over their operations. And we were able to get information from an informant that they were all there, and we raided the place.
The Queens District Attorney made a big deal of the raid.
These are 13 of the top mob leaders in the country. Their meeting has nationwide implications in our opinion, and as far as we know, this is a unique meeting. We have never had such a meeting of top family leaders and gangdom leaders in this county to our knowledge.
It heralded the start of a new fight back against the mob, and especially the New York families. Columbo, as a family head, was now on the law enforcement radar. In 1966, he was subpoenaed to stand as a witness in a federal investigation into racketeering. It meant appearing before what's known under the American system as a grand jury.
Well, everybody's afraid of what's going to happen in a federal grand jury because it forces people to come in to appear and give testimony, and now you lock him into that testimony.
Columbo could no longer hide in the shadows. He was dragged into a very public arena. But when he came to court, he stuck to mob protocols and refused to testify, insisting he was just an honest businessman.
One of the codes of the mob is don't make yourself a target. Don't make yourself to go out there and bring attention to you and to our operation. What they call our thing, Cosa Nostra.
The code of silence is held by a lot of different groups. And the old bosses believed in keeping a low profile and your mouth shut.
His strict observance of this tradition cost him. His punishment was 30 days in jail, an easy stretch. But for Joe Columbo, this was an epiphany. He realized what attracted the FBI and police to him was his wealth without any visible source of income. So he devised a perfect solution to deal with the new heat from the FBI. He would become an ordinary working Joe, and he passed down a diktat that all his family members had to hold down a real job too, a facade of legality. Columbo led by example. He worked as a salesman at Cantalupo Realty, based here at 86th Street in Bensonhurst, Brooklyn. On their books, the Godfather was a $35,000 a year employee. In reality, he conducted his Mafia business at the offices. Now, when pressed by the authorities, he could explain his lifestyle. And what a lifestyle it was. The money flooded in from his numerous rackets. And Columbo was starting to get carried away with his status. He headed across town to party and enjoy the good life in Manhattan. He became increasingly flamboyant and extravagant. Bedecked in expensive jewelry and suits, Columbo cruised around the city in flashy Cadillacs.
Joey liked to dress like the biggest actors. He liked to dress as good as Frank Sinatra. He liked to dress as good as Dean Martin. He didn't want to look like the schlep. He just didn't buy a suit off the rack. The suits were tailor-made, silk shirts. He had everything made. Everything was tailored. He was meticulous about his clothes.
By now, other mobsters had learned this was not a good idea. Flashing the cash drew the attention of the authorities.
Carlo Gambino, you never see him in a nightclub or a bar or checking out with women. He was just low-key.
And the other Mafia clans were right to worry. Columbo had reignited attention from the FBI and the income tax authorities, who started to look even more closely at his finances. $35,000 a year and tailor-made suits and shirts did not add up. So the FBI decided to go after Columbo. In 1970, his son, Joe Jr., was arrested for melting down silver coins to extract precious metals. Columbo viewed this as a trumped-up charge designed to get at him. It was the final straw. Now, he hit upon a radical solution to the FBI sniffing around his affairs: civil rights. After all, this was a rich time for civil rights activism, Across America, street protest was flourishing. The African-American civil rights movement was changing the face of America and inspired many other minority groups into action.
We're going to walk together. We're going to stand together. We're going to sing together. We're going to stay together. We're going to moan together. We're going to groan together. And after a while, we'll say, freedom, freedom, freedom now!
So Columbo got on the bandwagon. From a campaign office here at 7th Avenue, the former hitman prepared to step fully out of the shadows and into the glare of publicity and politics.
We feel that the people have had it, and the Italian people in particular, in the United States, which number 38 million, have been losing its identity as time has been going on, more and more and more so.
He exploited the growing unrest in the Italian-American community of the time.
He claimed that Italians were being discriminated against. There was some truth in that. At that particular time, you found very few Italian names on Wall Street in law or banking firms. And a lot of Italian Americans were not involved in any kind of organized crime or any other kind of crime.
So, Columbo would stand up for the rights of ordinary Italian Americans. And he started in a way that nobody could have foreseen.
In effect, he declared war on the FBI. So he began picketing FBI headquarters, which was then on the Upper East Side.
It was a remarkable opening salvo, picketing the very heart of law enforcement in New York.
He thought, if I claim that they're discriminating against me, I can either make them back off or slow them down.
Day after day, a crowd of demonstrators harassed FBI agents coming and going and accused them of unduly targeting men like himself who were legitimate businessmen.
Why the FBI? Why is the FBI, in your mind, persecuting the Italians?
He used all his underlings, and we used to call them mooks, M-O-O-K-S, to stand out there and do the picketing for him.
Well, it's obvious by just what everybody could read in the paper. Every time you see something, you see that the FBI is labeling Italian people belonging to an organization which they refer to as the Mafia. As far as we're concerned as Italian people, there is no such thing. It's a word that's been invented by the law enforcement agencies, and we don't feel it's right.
The crowds grew, and media attention followed. Columbo reveled in it.
There's a conspiracy in this country against every Italian American. We've been saying this, we'll continue to say it, and it's only till it touches them. And who are they? Are they any better than you, I, or anybody else standing in this crowd? Litigation on them.
This unspoken challenging of authority was unheard of in Mafia circles. It was in marked contrast to his silence at the grand jury years before. Mafia men, used to speaking in hushed tones of the Cosa Nostra, were unsettled.
I've worked all my life, and if it isn't in the...
Why declare war on law enforcement? You're going to have enough trouble with them as it is. Why make it personal?
The worry growing in the highest circles of the Mafia was law enforcement scrutiny would intensify because of Columbo's actions. But initially, for the FBI agents, it was a new, unsettling tactic. The tables had been turned.
I know a lot of them were very furious with him. There were some collisions there on the picket lines where they almost came to blows.
Now I'll go a little further. Many of the other minority groups are starting to feel this thing. And when they get through with us, they have to go on to the next body of people. And this is where the public should wake up, and this is where the public should start demanding some of these things be brought out to light. And why are they so frightened of an investigation? And why shouldn't there be an investigation on them?
In 1970, Columbo shifted his protest movement up a gear. He created the Italian-American Civil Rights League.
Everybody wanted to be attached to it. Everybody, including the politicians. radio commentators, actors, singers, everybody. And then people started to realize, hey, the Italians contributed a lot, and a lot they should be proud of.
The League, with Columbo at the helm, had huge success almost instantly, recruiting some 50,000 paid-up members to its cause.
Now you see nationality flags. Well, Joe Columbo started it. It was the Italian flag being placed on every Cadillac that was in Brooklyn, owned by an Italian, or a Lincoln owned by an Italian. Every car had an Italian flag on it. Everybody bought into it.
And Columbo's League achieved some notable early victories. They took their campaign to the highest echelons of corporate America. Major brands like General Motors and Alka-Seltzer were targeted. Their ad campaigns were considered demeaning to Italian Americans. The League got them withdrawn. They also got a board game based on the Mafia pulled from Macy's department store. Even Hollywood felt the wrath of the League. Producers of the Godfather movie started to have trouble filming in New York. Production was threatened by walkouts, obstructions, and delays. The League came to the rescue, offering to smooth the process if the producers agreed to remove all references to the Mafia or Cosa Nostra from the script. League captains then toured Italian-American neighborhoods to sell the idea of the film to skeptical residents. Finally, filming was allowed to continue uninterrupted on the landmark Godfather film. Columbo went further still. He even got the New York mayor, prosecutors, and FBI to stop referring to the term Mafia in its official documentation, as it was prejudicial. The city was listening to Joe Columbo, and the League was proving to be highly effective. In 1970, Columbo was ready for the League's showpiece. Its first Italian-American Unity Day rally, to be held in Columbus Circle in the heart of Manhattan. Under the glare of news cameras, 50,000 people attended. The city's traditionally bustling Little Italies were deserted. The other mob families reluctantly allowed Italian-American businesses to close for the day in solidarity.
There was so much press, and the streets were just mobbed with people that were so proud of being Italian, and everybody wanted to get up on the dais to be standing next to Joe Columbo when he spoke of national pride and fellowship.
My fellow Americans,
Columbo held the stage and attacked the law enforcement community.
to the American government,
It was a triumph for the Godfather turned activist. In the wake of the rally, interview followed interview. He appeared on TV chat shows and in magazine articles.
I mean, he gave press conferences to all the major newspapers, the Daily News, the New York Mirror, the Post. I mean, every newspaper wanted to hear from him.
Publicly, he continued to describe the Mafia as a myth and promised to champion the rights of all minorities.
Is the Italian-American Civil Rights League accomplishing the aims that were set for it?
Oh, definitely.
What has it done? How has it?
It has helped, not me personally, but helped all people.
It has helped people of all ethnic groups. It's helped children. It's helped elderly people. It's helped anyone that needs help. It's made people feel that there are no orphans, and anybody who would want help would only have to ask for it, and they would have it.
Up until now, Columbo's League had preserved an air of legality. However, under Columbo, this positive gloss was wearing thin. Because he was still a mobster, and the League was just another money-making opportunity.
American Civil Rights League was created by Joe Columbo to fight against discrimination. As far as that went, it wasn't a bad idea, but he was the wrong person to be doing something like that. He was the wrong person to be represented as a leader of the Italian-American community.
In fact, Columbo was hijacking a legitimate cause. The League proved to be a money spinner. It was netting him plenty of funds that he could appropriate.
Joe Columbo formed the Italian-American Civil Rights as a racket, as a scam to make money, period. And he used it for that purpose. He was shaking down store owners all over Italian neighborhoods, forcing them to put his sticker in a window. It was an Italian flag with a 1 on it, Italian-American Civil Rights League, and he actually was garnering receipts from that.
A very wise state senator here, who was an Italian-American, said, Columbo, don't be fooled by Columbo.
Columbo wasn't just breaking the law by skimming off a legitimate cause. He was creating jealousy and suspicion in the Mafia ranks and within his own family. His old mentor, Carlo Gambino, started to warn him.
And he was told by Carlo, stop this. We don't want it. And no ands, ifs, or buts was taken. If you continue, you're going to pay a price.
But Columbo was oblivious to any looming danger. He thought he was untouchable, on the crest of a wave, and a media darling. He wouldn't back down. 1971 was going to be his year.
Columbo was an egotist. He figured he was bigger and better than the unit that he was working with, which was the Mafia.
Then, there was more trouble. The FBI struck again. Angered by Columbo's actions through the Italian-American Civil Rights League, they issued subpoenas for various high-profile bosses. In December 1970, he was arrested, along with one of his men, Rocco Miraglia. When police searched their car, they found a briefcase stuffed full of incriminating documents detailing the various Columbo family rackets. But worse still, the names of other high-ranking mob men. Columbo was immediately called before a federal grand jury to explain himself. But then he did something utterly unforgivable. Rather than keeping his mouth shut, like he had the last time he came before a grand jury, he adopted a different tactic and decided to talk his way out of it. He explained that the dollar amounts next to names were simply donations for his league. Carl, he explained, was none other than Carlo Gambino, reputed Mafia boss. The $30,000 next to his name was actually a donation to the league. That was a bad move. You don't implicate the boss of bosses before a grand jury, especially when you're telling a lie. The repercussions were immediate. That same year, the police department moved in on the Mafia and federal strike forces combed the city. Even Carlo Gambino paid the price. He was arrested in 1970. It was clear that it was Columbo's loose mouth that had got him into deep trouble with his former protector and with the FBI.
His behavior began to worry bosses like Carlo Gambino.
This incensed the old mafioso. They didn't want that. They wanted silence. They wanted to stay in the shadows. And Joe was bringing them out.
Joe Columbo's days were now numbered. But despite the looming threat, Columbo planned to fight on with his tried and tested formula. He would roll out the League across America. He even booked Frank Sinatra for a fundraiser at Madison Square Gardens. Politicians joined the cause, including State Governor Nelson Rockefeller. And he planned another showcase rally as a platform for his ever-expanding league. This rally would seal his status as a civil rights activist and keep the forces of law and order off his back. But by now, his enemies inside the mob were stirring. An old adversary from his early days as family boss was waiting in the wings. Crazy Joe Gallo was watching events from prison with a critical eye.
Joey Gallo was called Crazy Joe. And there was a reason for that, because he did crazy things.
I'll give you an example of Joe Gallo's operation. They had a club on President Street in Brooklyn. And in the basement, they had a mountain lion that they used to intimidate victims, meaning gambling victims who owed them money or loan sharking victims. And if somebody didn't pay up, they'd just bring them to the club on President Street, open the door to the basement, and down at the bottom of the stairs would be this mountain lion, ready to, and they would do what they were told.
Columbo and Joe Gallo had formed. He and his brothers, Larry and Albert, known as the Gallo clan, had once tried to take over the Columbo family. In the 1960s, they led a bloody insurrection from their base here at President Street in Brooklyn, until Joe Columbo brokered a peace deal with Larry and Albert Gallo while Crazy Joe was in jail. Now, Crazy Joe was itching to get back at old rival Columbo.
The bottom line is jealousy. Gallo wanted to be the boss of the family, Columbo was the boss of the family, and Gallo wanted to take him out. Simple as that.
Gallo needed soldiers for the forthcoming showdown. And he had a novel idea where to find them. Behind bars, he had made contacts and alliances with African-American gangsters from East Harlem. This was something no one in the Mafia had ever attempted. The two groups were traditionally enemies. But Gallo was ahead of his time. He saw that if the two groups worked together, they could be stronger. Then, in February 1971, Columbo's old enemy, Crazy Joe Gallo, was released after 9 years in prison. Publicly, he swore his Mafia days were over, and he renounced his criminal past. But privately, it was business as usual. He was back on the streets. In his eyes, the peace deal was null and void. As far as he was concerned, the war was never over, and he was preparing for a counterattack. So it was that the stage was set for the second Italian-American Unity Day rally, held in June 1971, at the same site as his triumph a year earlier, New York's Columbus Circle.
They had a huge rally which attracted thousands and thousands of Italian Americans. This was Columbo's rally to rally the Italian people against the FBI and the New York City Police Department and law enforcement in general. Now, we were a distance away taking pictures and doing intelligence work, taking plate numbers and observing who was there.
However, something had changed. The Mafia bosses had instructed Italian Americans to stay at work. The League was no longer tolerated. 40,000 fewer people turned out.
Attendance was down then at the next Columbus Day rally. They passed the word that stores should not close and people should not attend.
Just before noon, Columbo headed to the podium to speak. He was preparing to launch another stinging attack on the FBI. An African-American news cameraman with press credentials approached. As the journalists grabbed Columbo's attention for a soundbite, the newsman moved forward.
I was there the day that happened, and lo and behold, up comes this gunman and shoots Columbo in the head. Down he goes.
Then something even more remarkable happened.
And the man that shot him was dead before he hit the floor. So there was actually 2 killings arranged that day. One to have Joe shot, and one to have the shooter killed.
Joe Columbo was immediately rushed to hospital, alive but comatose. Confusion reigned, and supporters were at a loss to explain what had happened.
You know, he was down on the ground and there was blood on his right cheek. And, it's incredible. You don't expect to see these things in the course of covering a story. And the shots kept coming, and, and I was standing like, 3 feet or less, and then I started to run. And I heard somebody else's shot, but I wasn't there. I ran.
As far as I know, Joe is in Roosevelt Hospital in critical condition with 2 shot wounds, one in the chest and one in the head. And I understand one of the perpetrators is dead.
You know who did it?
I have no idea. I have no idea who did it.
Did you see it?
No, I did not see it. I was standing behind the stand when it happened.
What's your reaction to this?
The reaction is, right now, it's still a state of confusion as to what really transpired. I'm still trying to piece the information together myself.
The hit on Columbo had been carried out by Jerome Johnson, an African-American from Harlem, but he was a very unlikely killer. He was a drifter and petty criminal with a penchant for stalking girls on a nearby university campus. He had no record as a hitman for the mob. It was a curious discrepancy for New York's chief of detectives, Albert Seidman.
Unfortunately, we have not been able to rule out one possibility or the other. Mr. Johnson is still some sort of a mystery man to us.
What puzzled the police was someone must have told Johnson to undertake the hit and trained him. The question was, who? The African-American link to Harlem pointed to Crazy Joe Gallo.
More and more around town, you hear the gangland theory being pushed that Gallo did make a hit on Columbo.
This is merely conjecture and rumor, but there is no basis to any of it, as far as we have been able to learn thus far.
The simple truth was that other senior Mafia figures must have been at work. Because for over 50 years, no one could be killed without the approval of the Mafia's governing body, the Commission. Every family had a seat on the Commission.
If they had to kill somebody, they had to go to the Commission, and the Commission had to vote on it. This would prevent wide-scale killing and trying to take over different families.
Under its rules, no family head can be rubbed out without the agreement of the other Commission members. The idea was the head of each family had an equal say on how decisions were taken. It was democracy, Mafia style.
First place, you're supposed to have permission of all the other bosses to kill a boss. That's just simple. But bosses can't allow bosses to be killed without the permission of the other bosses. Otherwise, none of them are safe.
Many therefore concluded that Gambino had to be somewhere behind the hit and had sold it to the commission.
I don't think there was much crying in the Gambino camp or the Gallo camp when Joe Columbo was so seriously wounded.
But as so often with the Mafia, the Columbus Circle shootings and attempt on Columbo's life went unsolved. There was nothing to pin on Gambino.
We're saying that Johnson had some connections with the Gambino family, but we are not making a statement that that was his exclusive connection with organized crime.
The one man who might know the truth was Crazy Joe Gallo. 11 months later, Crazy Joe was eating with his friends at a seafood restaurant to celebrate his 47th birthday.
They were sitting at a rear table, this group of 6 people, when a man walked in from the back door, and he walked up to the side of the table, and he fired 3 shots. He hit Joe twice, and he hit his bodyguard, Pete the Greek, 1 time.
For the FBI and police investigators, the only explanation had to be Columbo family members out for revenge.
He was killed by elements of the Columbo family. It was ordered by a guy named Joseph Iacovelli, Joe Yack. He was the consiglio, he was the capo in the Columbo family who ordered the hit.
But if Columbo's shooting was supposed to bring stability back to the Mafia, it actually signaled the slow demise of the Columbo crime family. Because, leaderless and at war, the family's fortunes turned irrevocably downwards. It began to tear itself apart in the decades that followed. The internal power struggles never ended. The Columbo family is now just a shadow of its former self. In 2011, a further 125 of its members were arrested. The family's power has collapsed, for now. As for Joe Columbo, none of this mattered. He never recovered from that day at the rally. He remained in a vegetative state and died 8 years after being shot.
Funeral services were held today for one of America's leading crime figures, Joe Columbo.
If you look at his record, he was only arrested for shooting crap when he was 18 years old. Every other indictment, every other accusation came after he became a civil rights leader. And that was another indication on how the media, particularly, champion what law enforcement often gives them. Joe Columbo has left his mark in American society.
He died a maverick godfather, a former killer who had dared to do things differently. But by taking on Mafia rules and fighting the FBI at the same time, it was a battle he could never win.
His picking in the FBI building and police headquarters was kind of stupid. You know, you're not exactly dealing with the faculty at Harvard.
Perhaps his biggest mistake was to find the world of civil activism more intoxicating than running a crime family.
For a while, he got away with it. People who should have known better joined his committees. He was using civil rights as a shield. In my opinion, he was the fool.
Fame would offer Joe Columbo no protection from a failure to obey the most fundamental Mafia principles.
All Joe Columbo's troubles were brought on by himself. I mean, if he had followed the rules of the mob, particularly the mob bosses, and stay out of the limelight and just operate your business and bring money in, he never would have had a problem. But because he became flamboyant and he got his ego swelled, he decided to go out into the public world, which was a major error.
In any case, the high-profile civil rights league he founded virtually disappeared overnight. John Gotti was the most famous gangster since Al Capone.
His picture's on page 1 of newspapers. His name is all over TV. He's a headline figure.
He brutally murdered his way to become head of the most powerful crime family in America.
John Gotti took charge of what's called the Gambino crime family shortly after his reputed predecessor was gunned down.
Addicted to fame, he adored the attention of the world's media and became America's most high-profile criminal.
He was Moby Dick in the organized crime world. Everybody wanted to prosecute John Gotti.
In New York, the Gotti trial is the hottest show off Broadway.
He made a mockery of the law, time and again walking free from court.
I'm not saying he didn't do it. I simply had my doubts.
But overconfident and arrogant, he thought he could take on the might of the FBI.
Here was this guy, he had this come and get me attitude to law enforcement. He made fun of that.
But what he did didn't just spell his end, but the ruination of America's most powerful crime family. A Monday evening in December 1985, in central Manhattan, New York. At Sparks Steakhouse, Paul Castellano, one of the most powerful mobsters in New York, arrives for dinner, accompanied by his driver, Tommy Bellotti. 4 men are waiting for them. Across the street, 2 men watch the events from a parked car.
At least 3 gunmen in New York City tonight shot and killed a man identified by police as Paul Castellano, reputed chief of the Gambino Mafia family. That's the nation's most powerful organized crime organization.
Well, the king is dead. Paul Castellano, reputed boss of bosses, executed on a New York City street yesterday.
The assassination of Paul Castellano was one of the most dramatic hits in Mafia history. The murder of a family boss was a once-in-a-generation event. Most surprising, though, was the man who masterminded the hit, John Gotti.
Gotti was just not a well-known or well-respected figure prior to the killing of Castellano.
I mean, his initial forte in organized crime was hijacking trucks and beating people up and killing people. He was a thug, in my view.
Gotti started his life in crime in the late 1950s as a low-level street thug. But he had big ambitions. He had his eye on joining the most profitable criminal organization in America.
Mob profits are going to top $100 billion this year.
Add to that, the inflated costs of consumer goods and services in the total bill is more than $77 for every American.
Every year.
And they're into everything from low-level street crimes to sophisticated white-collar crime.
Garbage carting, the piers, the garment industry.
Labor racketeering, and of course, murder.
In 1973, Gotti was given the opportunity to join the most powerful of the 5 mafia families in New York, the Gambinos.
Conservative estimates indicate that the Gambino family was making easily $400 to $500 million a year.
Head of the family was Don Carlo Gambino. His nephew had recently been kidnapped and murdered by members of the Irish mob. Gambino wanted revenge, and he offered Gotti his chance to make his bones in the Mafia.
Making your bones means you proved your tutorship and that you are now ready for full-fledged membership as a maid or soldier in the family.
Gotti was part of the team that killed James McBratney in revenge for the kidnapping. He was sentenced to 7 years, but was out in less than 2. On his release, Gotti was richly rewarded. He was initiated into the Mafia and dramatically promoted straight to captain in charge of his own crew.
It's one of the most violent and ruthless crews in the Gambino family. And they're engaged in everything from truck hijackings to murders and loan sharking.
They were really crazy people. And hijackers really are very violent people. And that's what Gotti was.
By 1976, Gotti was a rising star in New York's most powerful crime organization.
You know, you can get pretty far in life if you're willing to shoot somebody who doesn't give you your way, right? That's a pretty significant advantage.
Then, a change at the head of the family would allow Gotti to aim for the highest prize of all. After 20 years at the head of the Gambino family, Carlo Gambino died. His brother-in-law, Paul Castellano, took charge. Castellano saw himself as more of a businessman than a street mobster, something that riled roughnecks like Gotti.
Paul was remote and sort of removed from the street people.
He didn't associate with his own members of organized crime. They felt he thought he was too important and too wealthy. They called him the Pope sometimes, or the man on the hill.
From his mansion on Staten Island, Castellano took a dim view of street crews like Gotti's and was cutting them out of the most profitable deals.
It was the kind of crew that Paul Castellano didn't really favor because they were looked upon as hard muscle guys, jaw breakers, knee breakers, but pea-brained.
He was a family of the haves and the have-nots. Castellano and all his side made all the money. The Gotti's crews are all struggling, just trying to earn enough money to get by.
Gotti began to nurture a growing hatred of Paul Castellano. But this factionalism within the family was not the only problem that the Gambinos were facing. The government was getting its act together and was planning to wage war on the Mafia. For years, the Mafia had prospered as only the low-level members would get convicted, whilst the top guys, the brains behind operations, always managed to keep their hands clean.
Very often, in a Darwinian sense, you took out the lame and the weak and you allowed the strong to survive.
The bosses, the underbosses, the consiglieri, even the capos, the captains, who ran the street units, they never pulled the trigger. They never really extorted directly money from anyone. They were on the receiving end, but they weren't on the working end.
But now, the FBI were going to target the top-ranking members and build new squads to take on each of the 5 New York families. Head of the Gambino squad was Bruce Mao.
When we started out in 1980, there's very little intelligence on the Gambino family, so we basically started from scratch.
Mao had to discover a way to break into an organization which operated by a strict code of silence.
When you investigate a crime family, you always look for a weak link and try to find some place where they're vulnerable, where somebody's talking. We like to find a gossip. And one of the first cases we opened was targeting against John Gotti.
John Gotti had a sidekick, a friend who went back to his teenage days. Name was Fat Angie, Angelo Ruggiero. Angie Ruggiero was intimately known as Quack Quack.
How do we guess?
He gossiped a lot. He liked to talk. He liked to blab.
In 1981, Mao's team got court permission to tap Angelo Ruggiero's phone and then bug his home. It wasn't long before the wires provided dramatic results.
During the Ruggiero wire, we realized that these guys were involved in major heroin activity. They were pushing approximately 50 kilos of heroin in a 6-month period here in New York.
Right, don't worry about nothing, all right? How about our friend over there? What time you be at, Pete?
The FBI arrested Angelo Ruggiero in 1983 on drugs charges, but not Gotti. They had nothing to link him directly to the crime.
We know John Gotti knew about it. He knew we got a piece of it, but he wasn't actually involved in the physical trafficking of the product itself.
But he wasn't off the hook yet. Although the Mafia profited from narcotics, many bosses, including Paul Castellano, made a rule officially banning their crews from dealing drugs on pain of death.
He had this edict, and it was very effective. He could use it whenever he wanted to get rid of somebody he didn't like if they got mixed up in narcotics.
Castellano now had the perfect excuse to rid himself of Gotti.
Castellano wasn't a big fan of John Gotti, Ruggiero, and they weren't like his fair-haired boys. So he definitely would have had him killed. And he had the manpower and the horsepower and the firepower to do it.
It was a kill or be killed situation.
Gotti realized he had to strike first. But the killing of a mob boss was no ordinary hit. The Mafia have strict rules. He would need permission from the heads of the other 4 New York families. But a lowly Mafia captain could easily be killed just for suggesting that he wanted to take out his boss.
Now, for the first time, Gotti, and this was unforeseen, showed strategic sense and unforeseen acumen.
Gotti gambled that the other bosses were tired of Castellano's high-handed manner and would be happy to see the back of him. His gamble paid off. Amazingly, 3 of the New York bosses gave the go-ahead for the upstart capo to take Castellano out. He now needed a hit team. In an audacious move, he approached his most powerful Gambino rival, wealthy Castellano loyalist, Sammy Gravano. He successfully enticed him to be his right-hand man. From his new recruits, Gotti discovered some crucial inside information.
Now, Castellano had become so overconfident. He'd been the boss for 10 years. There'd been no attempts against him. He felt immune. And he rode around only with one lieutenant, a guy by the name of Bellotti. And he was unarmed, no bodyguards.
They learned that Castellano was supposed to have dinner at a restaurant called Sparks Steakhouse on the night of December 16, 1985.
They knew the hour, they knew how he was going to arrive there.
And so they assembled their crew, their hit teams.
He devised a way of killing Castellano, and it really was a brilliant coup that he engineered.
Gotti worked out he could use the crowded streets as cover for the hitmen.
He had everybody dress in white trench coats and also wear Russian fur hats. And the idea was that everybody would look the same, so any passers-by on the street could not really make a solid identification.
In a final bold move, Gotti would be only feet away to oversee the execution. His new right-hand man, Sammy Gravano, would be sat beside him. What happened next would change the Mafia forever.
The four shooters were waiting for him, and you've seen the pictures. They shot him dead right there as they got out of the car.
You talk about shock and awe like in the past Iraqi wars. This was shock and awe for the Gambino family. Within a few days, the whole Gambino family knew that John Gotti did this.
Now the scale of Gotti's ambition finally became clear. In another show of clever strategy, he packed a meeting of Gambino captains with his own supporters.
Frank DeCicco stands up and says, "I nominate John Gotti to be the next boss of the Gambino family." Of course, Gotti sitting there as one of the captains. John was elected the boss of the Gambino family. This is in January of 1986.
John Gotti took charge of what's called the Gambino crime family shortly after his reputed predecessor was gunned down.
And the man that succeeded him, or is believed to have succeeded him, is a man by the name of John Gotti.
So you think he's behind this?
Well, certainly I would think he heads the enforcement arm of the Gambino family, and certainly they'd have to consult with him.
Until now, the Mafia had been a secret society exerting its power from the shadows.
A traditional mob boss looked to be under the radar. They wanted to control their criminal activities through intermediaries. They did not want to be seen as a powerful individual who could be targeted by law enforcement. Gotti was precisely the opposite.
Gotti attracted attention in a way no other boss had ever done.
Immediately after becoming the boss of the Gambino family, his whole exterior changed. Previously, he wore windbreakers, black T-shirts. He had the jewelry of a two-bit mafioso. Suddenly, overnight, he switches. He's now wearing tailored suits, cashmere coats, even monogrammed socks. I mean, he went to great lengths to have this appearance of being an emperor.
45 years old, Gotti has become quickly recognizable, if only for his custom-made suits and his frequent stops at the Stylorama hair salon.
He's got very good taste. He likes his hair extremely perfect. He's such a gentleman that, you know, you can't believe it.
He was also a big-time gambler, sometimes flashing as much as $100,000 in a weekend.
Gotti loved the limelight. He talked about it all the time, he had his public. He didn't mind being stared at in restaurants. He boasted how important he was. He was a megalomaniac.
The press nicknamed him the Dapper Don. But for all the fancy suits, Gotti was a street mobster, and he couldn't shake free from his past. Even as he ascended to the throne of the Gambino family, Gotti was awaiting trial on an assault charge. In 1984, nearly 2 years earlier, he had attacked Romuald Pajsek, a refrigerator salesman from Queens, in an absurd incident.
That was a traffic dispute. It was about a parking space. And John Gotti slapped Romuald Pajsek in the face.
And they also stole about $300 from him.
Pajsek didn't know who he was, went to the police. That's all that case was.
Somebody who's going to be in the mob boss doesn't put himself in the position where he can be arrested for what is essentially a meaningless incident.
Then before it goes to trial, all this Castellano stuff happens, and all of a sudden, poor Romuald Pajsek is testifying against the #1 criminal in the country.
Pajsek had good reason to fear him when a terrifying story from Gotti's past surfaced in the press.
In 1980, Gotti's 12-year-old son was killed when he ran out in front of a neighbor's car.
His son ran out into the street, a next-door neighbor, not seeing him and not having done anything wrong, clearly an accident, killed the young man.
Media stories told how the distraught driver, John Favara, was menaced by Gotti's wife with a baseball bat when he tried to apologize. After that, Favara tried to flee the neighborhood.
He was selling his house and moving, and the day before he moved, he was kidnapped. And the story that was circulated was that Gotti himself cut him in half with a chainsaw. When that story hit the media, everybody was terrified of Gotti.
And having heard what happened to Favara, Pajsek had a sudden change of heart about testifying.
If I did go stand there and say that this is Mr. Gotti and this is Mr. Coletta, they assaulted me and robbed me, I'm not sure.
Pajsek's loss of memory spawned lurid headlines.
The brake linings on his car had been cut, and also he'd been threatened by people on the street.
So, you know, who's to blame him for the I forgot stuff?
Gotti walked free from court for the first time. He had defeated New York's combined forces of law and order. But less than 2 weeks later, in April 1986, he was back on trial. This time, it was the turn of the federal prosecutors. There were much more serious charges, and young assistant prosecutor John Gleason hoped they would hit Gotti with a maximum sentence of 20 years.
It was a racketeering case with what we call predicate acts, particular crimes that they committed as part of their membership in the Gambino family.
It should have been a humiliation for Gotti, but instead, he turned it into a photo opportunity.
The supermodel of mobsters, Gotti on magazine covers, newspaper headlines. One New York tabloid even followed his court suits, the cut, not the criminal, in a daily fashion column called Gotti's Garb. And every day at the courthouse, the dapper Don plays to a sellout crowd.
I'm interested in the case because Gotti's kind of cool.
Gotti has been a cover boy. He's probably the first mob cover boy.
Gotti happily obliged his public with a stellar performance, nonchalant and apparently unconcerned by the trial going on around him.
Overnight, it became a media sensation because of the attraction to John Gotti.
Gotti even tried to assiduously cultivate members of the press.
He would have espresso with some brandy that he would pour in, or anisette, and he often invited the women reporters, never the male reporters, to share these drinks with him. So he opened doors for the women. He considered himself a new element in organized crime, and he was somebody who was untouchable.
Although he played the part of the Dapper Don, when the trial started, he fell back on the tactics of the street.
He was constantly berating me. I'd walk past him to go to sidebar, and he would say, "Your mother's a whore. You're a junkie."
Worse still, Gotti's lawyers proceeded to lay into the prosecutor's witnesses, who were all ex-mobsters.
Their records were even worse than Gotti's record. They were all murderers or horrendous, violent criminals. And at the same time, there was really no bugged evidence. There was no electronic eavesdropping. And lo and behold, Gotti was acquitted.
When the verdict was read today, gasps were heard in the courtroom. Gotti smiled, then glared over at the prosecutors and shouted, "Shame on them."
The jury's job was to decide whether or not the defendants were guilty. They did their job, and that is the end of that.
But what nobody knew at the time was that Gotti's victory had always been guaranteed.
Gotti had an insurance policy that he'd get a not guilty verdict. One of the jurors was bribed.
Later, juror George Pape would be found guilty of accepting $60,000 to withhold a guilty verdict. But at the time, the case was a disaster for the government.
It was a prosecutor's nightmare. It was a horror show. And John Gotti loved it. He enjoyed every minute of it. He knew he wasn't going to get convicted. He knew he had a free ride. He knew there was no downside for him in the trial, only an upside.
No, it's no problem. No problem.
Gotti had made a mockery of the court again. But the attempt to try to convict him had a higher price. In the course of the trial, the prosecution had called two of Gotti's crew as witnesses, and in doing so revealed them as FBI informants. Two years after the trial, Willie Boy Johnson, a childhood friend of Gotti's, was found murdered. The other informant, Billy Batista, was never found.
Now this incensed the FBI because it was giving away what they considered two valuable informers in essentially what they considered a weak case. And it caused not just a dispute, but a rift.
As each law enforcement agency set their sights on Gotti, rifts and rivalries grew up between them, seriously hampering efforts to convict him.
It really was an indictment of law enforcement that for so many years we allowed them to gain strength, not cooperating with one another.
You had the FBI investigating him. You had the Queens DA's office investigating him. You had the Manhattan DA's office investigating him. You had something called the State Organized Crime Task Force investigating him. And they were actually, it's so comical, at one time, 3 of them had separate bugs in Gotti's Queens headquarters, the Bergen Fish and Hunt Club. I mean, it was a joke.
Next to try and nail Gotti was the New York State Organized Crime Task Force. Its boss, Ronald Goldstock, believed that one of his bugs had recorded Gotti ordering a shooting. And so, they became the third organization to take on the Dapper Don.
John Gotti, alleged in the indictment to be the boss of the Gambino family, is now under indictment. This then is another in a long line of actions taken by state, local, and federal officials, which will inevitably change the face of organized crime.
In New York City this morning, the man police call the country's most powerful crime boss faces the possibility of life in prison for allegedly ordering the shooting of a union official.
That union official, John O'Connor, had smashed up a restaurant owned by a friend of Gotti's. In revenge, he was shot 4 times in the back. But survived. In the courtroom, witnesses testified that Gotti had ordered the shootings. and Goldstock was convinced that he had the evidence he needed on the tapes.
My sense was everybody in the courtroom who was watching the case and how it went in believed there was going to be a conviction.
But when the tapes were played in court, the terrible quality of the recordings placed serious doubt on the solidity of the case.
A jury brought in its verdict today on the man called the Dapper Don.
How say you with respect to defendant John Gotti? We find him not guilty.
We were stunned by the acquittal of Gotti. We did not believe that that could have happened.
Gotti walked free from court a third time.
There was nothing to connect up Mr. Gotti from what happened. Zilch. I'm not saying he didn't do it. I simply had my doubts.
The government thinks you just say Mafia and you sit down on your backside and that's enough. It's not enough in America to say Mafia and sit down.
That night, as Gotti celebrated his victory, the media bestowed on him a new title, the Teflon Don, because no charges ever stuck.
We're all happy. We're all happy. Look at how good this is. The whole city should be happy.
There was actually street parties. People came out and cheered him. So here you have this cruel, vicious killer who's looked upon in some way as a hero. It's a terrifying and it's a terrible indictment, not just of the media, but also of this vicarious kick the public gets out of figures like John Gotti.
They wanted to see something like Vito Corleone, or Jesse James, and he saw that. He milked it for all he could milk it for. He was cast as this dapper Don, this Teflon Don. It was a gloss on him he certainly didn't deserve. He was just a thug.
Never before had a criminal appeared so powerful, so beyond the law. John Gotti had emerged triumphant from court 3 times in just 4 years, and the government were desperate that he be brought down.
A lot of people for the first time were saying, you'll never get him. He's a Teflon Don, he's untouchable.
But in 1989, after 4 years of painstaking surveillance work, the FBI were ready to make their move.
Our motto was patience and perseverance. Take all the time you want and just stick at it through thick or thin.
And their years of patience were beginning to pay off. Slowly, Mao's team made contact with a wide range of people connected to the Gambino family.
There's a lot of people out there that looked like they were regular, undiluted wise guys who were actually informants for the FBI.
The FBI learned that Gotti now liked to spend his time in the Ravenite Social Club on Mulberry Street in New York's Little Italy district. Mao ordered 24-hour surveillance of the club.
This is Little Italy. It's a very hard place to park cars, to conduct surveillance without being discovered.
The FBI covertly secured a lease of a building with a direct view to the door of the Ravenite. They installed thousands of dollars of camera equipment, and studying hours of footage, they discovered something remarkable. Gotti was so overconfident that he was openly running his organization from the Ravenite Social Club.
He never seemed to understand he was running a secret organization, an underground criminal outfit. And he demands that at least once a week, his soldiers or his capos have to show up and kiss his ring like he's the Pope.
They're not supposed to meet in public. They're supposed to be clandestine. They normally use safe houses. And from Monday through Friday, John Gotti would hold court at this club 5 nights a week.
And he gives Bruce Mau and the FBI incredible opportunities to unearth evidence that only a fool would hand over to them. They could photograph everybody going in and out of the Ravenite. They find out people they didn't know were in any way connected. Union leaders, or politicians, mobsters that were not known as Gambino members. Gotti hands them a who's who in the mob.
Good though the surveillance was, photos and video from outside the club would not make a case against Gotti. They needed to be able to hear what was being said inside. Mau called in the FBI's head of electronic surveillance, Jim Kallstrom, to get a device into the club.
I don't know if you've driven down Mulberry Street in New York. A very close environment. A lot of mobsters living there, coming and going. So to make an entry into a building covertly, you know, it's not simple. Very complicated.
Kallstrom's people are professional burglars. They're lockpicks. They can break through locks and go through alarms. They can break into safes. That's what they do. At the risk of retribution, they could be shot or killed going in there.
And there's never a time when the risk is zero. Never. Never a time.
Informants had told Mau's team that meetings took place at a table at the rear of the club.
They broke into the club. They got through the lock. They disabled the alarm system. And they were to install a bug in the club.
With the bugs in place, the FBI thought that they were finally in a winning position. But they would discover it wasn't that simple.
You couldn't hear yourself talk in the Ravenite Social Club. Extremely noisy. Music played, all on purpose to stop any microphone.
And the tech guys went in several times. We put a bug below the table, we put a bug above the table, in the wall, and this had 5 bugs on this one table. We brought in tech guys from Washington to try to filter out all the background noise, but it just didn't work out.
They couldn't make out any words in the recordings, although it was possible to make out Gotti's voice. But there was a puzzle. It disappeared for long periods of time. So the team went back to the videotapes of the exterior of the club, looking for any sort of lead. It was then that they made a dramatic breakthrough by watching the door next to the club.
And here's really the power of surveillance. All of a sudden, we started to figure out that there was a certain woman who would leave almost like clockwork when certain events took place.
Mau checked all their logs and realized that the woman left at the exact same time that Gotti's voice disappeared from the audio recordings. The FBI now discovered that there was an internal staircase leading from the club to the apartments above. And a background check on the tenants revealed why Gotti's voice was disappearing from their recordings.
Apartment 10 was occupied by the widow of a Gambino soldier by the name of Mike Sorelli. Gotti's minions would tell her, hey, we need to use your apartment for an hour or so She'd go to the neighbor, watch TV. Gotti and his minions would go up there and have their administration meetings in her living room. So that was the break that we needed.
And I remember Bruce Mao calling me and saying we had the Eureka location.
But now, they were faced with a new problem. How to get into an apartment where somebody lived.
Whole nother ball game to get in there. Because you have a widow living there 24 hours, 7 days a week, and you have to get into her apartment.
Mao's team learned that Mrs. Sorelli will be going out of town for Thanksgiving. So in late November 1989, Kallström's team returned to Mulberry Street and placed a bug in her apartment.
And that's when the waiting started.
As weeks passed without results, Mao's team began to fear the worst. If Gotti suspected he had been bugged, the entire operation would be over.
You always wonder, did they discover something? Did they make the tech guys? Did they leave a little piece of wire behind? You know, has it been compromised?
Then, on a late November evening, the team observed Gotti and his henchmen enter the club, and they get ready to listen on the new bugs.
And sure enough, they opened the door for apartment number 10. And one thing we didn't know at the time was that John Gotti's deaf in one ear. So they couldn't whisper, they had to talk like we're talking now, and loud and clear.
And right there is our microphone.
You tell this punk, me, John Gotti, you'll settle your motherfucking head off, you cocksucker.
John Gotti's voice was coming through loud and clear.
So here's Gotti, who warns everybody not to talk on the peril of death if they're ever heard picked up on eavesdropping. He goes up there and he's talking openly.
He would go over stuff over and over again.
Now listen to me, fella. Now listen. You're going to sever your motherfucking head off.
So it wasn't like, what did he say? If you didn't get it the first time, just wait a few minutes, you'd get it again.
John talks about whacking DB, Robert DiBernardo.
When DB got whacked, he told me a story. I was in jail. And I whacked him. I knew why it was being done. I done it anyway.
And John's classic line was, we're not sure he's a rat, but when in doubt, you kill him.
It was a clear admission to a murder.
It was what Mao had been waiting for several years. And Gotti handed it to him on a silver platter.
Where the fuck are we going? Where are we going?
All told, we monitored a total of 5 conversations, maybe 7.5 hours of tape all told. But they were like the top 40 hits.
And we knew we were off to the races. We knew we were going to have a really good case.
Yeah, put them up the light back. Be it an hour from now, be it tonight, or 100 years from now, I'm in jail. It's going to be arroz and osh.
On December the 11th, 1990, the FBI arrested John Gotti for the murders he had spoken of on the tapes. Along with his closest henchman, underboss Sammy Gravano. At the pre-trial hearing, Gotti, the seasoned pro, was apparently unconcerned.
Pretty good. You know they're going to try and keep you in jail. They say you're in danger.
At the time of his arrest, Gotti was his normal braggadocio self. He was cocky, confident, you know, smiling.
He didn't know what was coming. He didn't know those tapes were coming. And he sat down. We played part of the tapes. And he knew right away what we already knew, which was we had a great case. There was no longer a Mr. Cool sitting there. He was like a cornered animal. And I enjoyed every moment of it.
But before the trial even started, there would be one more twist. One of the FBI recordings had caught Gotti bad-mouthing his own underboss, Sammy Gravano, behind his back.
Sammy knew there was something bad in those tapes, not just for them getting convicted, but something bad in terms of his relationship with John Gotti. But he didn't know what it was.
Gravano now broke with Mafia law and approached the FBI without his boss's permission, demanding to hear the tapes.
Never forget as long as I live the playing of that December 12th tape in its entirety for Sammy.
It's basically an hour tirade against Sammy the Bull Gravano. He calls him a greed-eyed monster, how much he hates Sammy, thinks he's greedy. He talks about firing him.
Every fucking time I turn around, there's a new copy popping up.
More importantly, the recordings had Gotti accusing Gravano of several killings.
And every time we got a partner and don't agree with us, we kill him. He kills me, okay?
Gravano was just red. He just wanted to burst. He was ready to explode. He was so upset about his loyal, his wonderful boss just bad-mouthing behind his back.
Sammy's looking down at the transcript, and he takes his headphones and throws them down on the table and says, "Don't gloat, guys. Don't gloat."
And Gravano realized, why should I die in jail for a family I no longer believe in? I want to become a government witness.
At that moment, Gravano decided to break the Mafia's code of silence, the omerta, and turn against his boss and his entire Mafia family.
We never thought for a minute Sammy would flip. I thought John would flip before Sammy would flip. And I really didn't think there was any chance in the world that John would even think about flipping.
He told us about a lot of murders that he committed, which we didn't know about. I think there were a total of 19. He gave us more details as to the Castellano homicide, exactly how the whole thing went down. He was in the car with Gotti.
With Gravano on side, what had already been a strong case was now airtight. Outside the court, it was a typical Gotti circus. He was still, after all, the Teflon Don.
It's not just average guys caught up in the Gotti spectacle. A who's who from Hollywood came to Brooklyn to take in the show.
This is one of the great dramas that's going on today.
The trial was really high drama because it was like the #1 media event here in New York, so the reporters every day filled up half the courtroom. We all sat with Gotti's minions. And the highlight was when Gravano testified for 9 days.
Today, Gravano explained how the two men plotted the 1985 murder of then-boss Paul Castellano and his driver, Tommy Bellotti. How they watched the hit go down outside a New York City steakhouse and then drove past the bullet-riddled bodies.
He didn't diminish his own criminality, admitted to 16 murders. He admitted what he had to admit. He was a lights-out witness. I've been doing this now 27 years as a prosecutor and a judge. There was no better witness than Sammy Gravano. He killed them. And everybody in the courtroom knew that John Gotti was going to be convicted once Sammy Gravano testified, including John Gotti.
When the jury announced their verdict, Gotti's crew incited a riot outside the court.
I'm ashamed to say I'm an American in this country. That's what I'm ashamed of.
This is wrong what happened to him. What was he, a criminal?
Gotti had been found guilty on all charges in June 1992. Racketeering and 5 murders, including the Castellano hit.
It took the government 6 years to finally get the so-called Teflon Don, but this time it was the prosecution's turn to gloat. The legendary luck of John Gotti finally ran out.
The Teflon is gone, the Don is covered with Velcro, and every charge in the indictment stuck.
It was quite an occasion. And I still get emotional talking about it now.
For one member of the prosecution team in particular, it was a moment to be savored.
John, come on.
You can imagine my feelings.
How does it feel to be the man who got Gotti?
Don't get him nervous now.
Right, this was my second trial. You know, I worked long and hard in that first case for a couple of years with a 7-month trial, only to have a juror get bought. We couldn't have been happier.
We were pleased. We were happy.
Are you smiling again?
Gotti was sentenced to life in jail, spending 23 hours of each day in solitary confinement. Gotti's indiscretions incriminated an entire tier of Gambino captains.
The FBI itself could not have handpicked a better candidate to be the head of one of the major mob families in New York than John Gotti.
Because of him, most of these captains were arrested, convicted, taken off the street. And they'd say, John and his friggin' big mouth, here I am. They hated this guy.
He was an absolute ruination for the Mafia. He was so inept, unqualified, and incompetent that he single-handedly wrecked the Gambino crime family.
John Gotti died in jail in 2002, age 61, after serving 10 years of his life sentence. To some New Yorkers, Gotti will always be a modern-day Robin Hood. But he was never anything more than a thug. His only legacy was the destruction of the most powerful mafia family in history.
His legacy, just another boss who killed the previous boss, gets arrested, dies in jail. No more, no less.
Some said Tony Spilotro was a home-loving husband and dedicated father.
The image of Tony being polite, caring, family man, benevolent, that's bullshit.
Tony Spilotro was, in fact, suspected by the FBI of over 20 murders.
Tony Spilotro was a cold-blooded killer.
As Las Vegas enforcer for the Chicago Mafia, Spilotro hit whoever his bosses wanted taken care of. Anyone, anytime, any place.
I believe Tony was mental. He was animalistic.
He hung a man on a meat hook.
I think he got pleasure out of harming people.
For years, the authorities tried to lock him up, but he bought policemen, owned judges, and shot witnesses. He got away with murder for over 20 years.
To find that Tony Spilotro was going to be released back onto the street was devastating.
This is the story of the grim career of this notorious mafia hitman, and how it was ended, not by his enemies, but by his friends. On the 15th of May, 1962, in Chicago, 2 men and a woman were found shot dead in a car. Gangsters killing gangsters was common enough in the Windy City. For the police, it was routine. But the mob was angry. This hit had not been authorized by the boss of the Chicago Mafia.
With organized crime, the violence is organized and controlled. They have very strict rules and regulations.
The dead men were well connected and should have been off limits.
A soldier has a beef or an argument with someone, he can't take it upon himself to punish that individual without getting approval from his bosses.
Someone had broken the rules. And now they must be hunted down. For this job, the Chicago Mafia bosses turned to a young hoodlum. Although he stood just 5'5", his reputation for extreme violence was huge. 25-year-old Tony Spilotro. His first task? Find out who had done it. He learned that the 2 dead gangsters had beaten up a young mob associate, Billy McCarthy, at a bar. Spilotro made inquiries of a childhood friend, minor mobster Frank Carlotta. Carlotta revealed that he'd supplied the guns for the unauthorized killing, but said he wasn't at the scene. Spilotro only agreed to spare his friend's life if he told him who had pulled the trigger. The name Carlotta gave was Billy McCarthy. After Spilotro tracked McCarthy down, he wanted to ask him a question. Did he have an accomplice? McCarthy wouldn't talk. Then Spilotro tortured him with an ice pick. Still no name. Next, Spilotro put McCarthy's head in a vice. He tightened it. The pressure forced one of McCarthy's eyeballs out of its socket. Only then did Billy McCarthy name Jimmy Miraglia. The bodies of McCarthy and Miraglia were found a week later in the trunk of an abandoned car. But the FBI could find no evidence, and no witnesses came forward in what became notorious as the M&M murders. It seemed Spilotro had got away with it. Little did he think that his old friend Frank Carlotta would one day bring him down. In 1971, the Chicago bosses rewarded Spilotro for his success in this line of work. They sent their enforcer to Las Vegas. The desert town known as Sin City was in full swing.
This little town out in the desert was making tons of money for the mob.
For 25 years, America's gangsters had poured millions of dollars into building the lavish casino hotels that lined the Las Vegas Strip.
Las Vegas was a cash cow for Chicago and for some other cities, but especially for Chicago.
But the mob weren't interested in a good floor show. They were in it for one thing. The only thing. Money. Chicago Mafia controlled some of the biggest hotel casinos in the city. But gambling profits didn't satisfy their greed. These shiny desert palaces actually hid a dark purpose. They contained the mob's most profitable and top-secret racket, the skim. Cash received at a casino should be taken to a secure counting room, and the amounts entered into the accounts. But the mob-run casinos in 70s Las Vegas creamed money off the top before any bookkeeper or tax inspector even knew it existed.
It was nice. You sit in Chicago, have nothing to do with Las Vegas, and somebody brings you a bag with $50,000 in it every month or so. It was nice.
The Chicago bosses decided that Spilatro, with his tough guy reputation, was just what they needed to protect the skim. One problem was that counters were tempted to skim the skim, to palm a few dollars to line their own pockets. This temptation would be curbed by Tony Spilatro's talent for violence.
He sort of went at it as though he were running a dive in Chicago, with the blackjacks and the guns and all that sort of thing, and physical violence.
The mob also feared that staff might blab about what they saw in the counting room. But Tony Spilatro's murderous reputation guaranteed their silence.
If there was a hit that needed to be done, it was Tony's responsibility at the direction of those people back in Chicago.
The Chicago enforcer made himself at home in Las Vegas. And the neon-lit desert paradise was just perfect for a street hustler like Tony Spilatro.
Tony Spilatro, when he got to Las Vegas, found out there was no other family in here operating a street crime organization. So he had a wide open city. He could do whatever he wanted.
Spilatro soon began loan sharking to the armies of low-paid workers in the hotels and casinos, and he played by big city Chicago rules.
Chicago had a reputation, even among the loan sharks. In Chicago, miss one payment, baseball bat. Miss two payments, a bullet. They were known for that everywhere.
Spilatro also started a street robbery gang to pick pockets, mug tourists, and even burgle houses. Muggings and robberies became a fact of life in Las Vegas. But just as his new career as a Las Vegas street boss was getting going, the FBI got a chance to stop him in his tracks. In April 1973, Spilatro found himself back in Chicago under investigation for murder. Instead of a life of luxury on the Las Vegas Strip, Spilatro was facing life in jail. He had to find a way out. So first, Spilatro killed a co-defendant he thought might damage his defense. Someone he'd known for 15 years.
Regarding friendship in the outfit, can only go so far, and one has to follow orders if one's given orders to kill a friend. Friendship would have nothing to do with it in the long run. These are nice people.
But when on May the 30th, 1973, the murder trial began, another old friend, Chucky Grimaldi, gave evidence against him. The prosecuting attorney, James R. Meltrigger, clearly remembers Spilotro.
Spilotro's demeanor in the courtroom was very businesslike, professional, didn't show emotion, very well dressed, and presented a quiet image if you didn't know better.
Even when Grimaldi's eyewitness testimony shocked the jurors, Spilotro was unmoved.
When Chucky testified, his testimony involved grisly details. He was shot, he was stabbed, he was kicked and beaten, he was threatened with castration, pieces of his flesh were cut off. There was no sense of looking away, remorse, ghastliness at what was being said about a crime that Spilotro, was alleged to be involved in. No emotion at all.
Grimaldi's detailed testimony clearly condemned Spilotro. But then, Spilotro turned the tables on the prosecutor and the FBI. He told them something their informant had not. He had, he said, an alibi. Spilotro's brother, John, testified in court that they were together shopping in a furniture store at the time of the murder. Even though 10 years had passed, amazingly, the furniture store employees said they clearly remembered Tony Spilotro. The defense even produced a dated receipt to show to the jury. It seemed the Chicago outfit had protected their man in Vegas as only they knew how.
We could not break the alibi. We couldn't show it was recently fabricated.
The jury found Tony Spilotro not guilty.
I was relatively surprised, crushed actually. That kept the image, so to speak, that some of these individuals were untouchable. That was exasperating to a prosecutor.
Tony Spilotro was a free man. Free to go back to his life in Las Vegas. By 1976, Tony Spilotro was expanding his operation and opened a new jewelry store, the Gold Rush. He made it the center of his loan sharking, bookmaking, and jewelry fencing operations. To help him expand even more, he later called in his old childhood friend from Chicago, who had helped with the M&M murders, Frank Carlotta. Carlotta's job was to recruit experienced, skilled thieves from cities around the US and establish a first-class burglary crew. They made a real impact. Known as the Hole-in-the-Wall Gang, they left their signature all over town.
The Hole-in-the-Wall Gang got their name because they would punch holes in residential houses to get away from the alarm.
Spilotro was able to run his outfit with little risk of prosecution. His chief ally was fear. When the police or the FBI did get involved, they found a strange shortage of witnesses.
When someone comes by your house and says, we know where your children go to school, we know what your children do, either you cooperate with us or something could happen to your kids. That's the threats that they held over these people.
Fear was one persuader, money another. Local politicians relied on casinos for campaign donations. As some of those were owned or run by organized crime, many politicians were in effect working to preserve the status quo.
These people realized that their bread and butter was keeping these casinos running. And you couldn't blame them because it was the lifeline of Las Vegas.
Corruption was woven into the very fabric of Sin City, and this made stopping Spilotro an impossible task. The one organization that might have fought him, the Las Vegas FBI, was then just a small outpost. To make things harder, the FBI also faced corruption in the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
There was always tainted officers that were willing to accept monies from the mob.
They got perks out on the strip. They got jackets, gold bracelets, necklaces and rings and things like that to look the other way or not look at all.
The FBI had another good reason not to trust the Metro Police. Confidential information was often leaked to mobsters.
Anything that we would give to Metro would eventually get back to Tony and his people.
So in 1977, the FBI realized that if they were to take on Spilotro alone, they would need more resources, including surveillance, electronic bugs, and telephone wiretaps. FBI surveillance expert Emmett Michaels was one of a draft of new agents sent to Las Vegas. As head of the technical surveillance squad, it was his job to target organized crime and find out what they were up to.
They used to use places like the Fremont. They used to use places like the Stardust to conduct their meetings. To put in a bug where you actually physically had to go into a room where they met took a lot of planning.
The hunters became like their prey, breaking and entering buildings at night, albeit with a court warrant. Not in a quest for cash or jewelry, but information.
It really requires an FBI agent to become a burglar, a good burglar, be able to enter premises surreptitiously, plant a bug or a wiretap, and then be able to monitor that wiretap and obtain evidence of criminal activity.
But with casinos operating 24 hours a day, a sly after-hours operation when people were asleep was often impossible. To put in a bug, the agents had to face their foe in broad daylight.
The only way to go in was to go in dressed as maintenance people and put the bug in while they were meeting, like they were working in the room. That way it didn't draw any attention.
To get electronic surveillance on Spilotro, the FBI also had to secretly penetrate his headquarters, the Gold Rush. This was no easier.
FBI agents had to physically climb up the telephone poles and do the connection. And while they were up there, one of them triggered the alarm. And the next thing you know, Metro responded to a break-in. Had Metro looked up the pole, they would have seen 4 agents up there on a pole, which they didn't do, so we lucked out.
Eventually, Agent Michael's men did succeed in getting bugs into Spilotro's Gold Rush HQ. As they listened, their blood ran cold. They heard Detective Sergeant Joe Blasco and Sergeant Phil Leone of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police identify FBI surveillance cars for Spilotro. They gave Spilotro and his crew the names of undercover agents. They even named informants, putting their lives at risk. Although Blasco and Leone were fired and charged for their actions, the cases were dropped. Metro's reputation was left in tatters. But one man was determined to repair the damage. In 1978, a complacent Las Vegas was shaken to the core when Police Commander John McCarthy was elected sheriff on an anti-corruption ticket.
We got an honest sheriff. That set the stage for good law enforcement in Las Vegas forever.
Sheriff McCarthy completely reorganized the force, promoting a swathe of committed young officers over the heads of the old guard. At just 33, Kent Clifford was promoted to the rank of commander and put in charge of the Metro Police Intelligence Bureau.
My ultimate goal was to restore the integrity into the police department. It wasn't that they was all bad, they weren't, but the Bureau itself was tainted. And the only way I could clean it up was to clear everybody out, so I did.
While Metro Police Commander Clifford was preparing to bring down Spilotro in Las Vegas, the gangster also came under threat from a grand jury investigation in Washington, D.C. In 1979, Las Vegas crook Jerry Lisner confessed to the feds about his dealings with Carlotta and Spilotro. Lisner's testimony could lead to Spilotro facing trial and jail. Spilotro now applied the mob rule. Rats must be exterminated. He made sure he got the hit on Lisner authorized by Chicago and told Frank Carlotta to take care of it. Carlotta had no silencer for his gun, and to reduce noise, he decided to use half-charge ammunition. The hit did not go smoothly.
Frank Carlotta told me he shot Lisner, yes.
The half-charged bullets had little impact.
They were having a difficult time dispatching Mr. Lisner.
Carlotta emptied a second clip into Lisner's head. Jerry Lisner's body was found in his swimming pool. This most unprofessional of hits seemed to meet its aim, keeping Spilotro and Carlotta out of court and out of jail. But it was only a reprieve. This night's work would eventually be part of Tony Spilotro's undoing. Meanwhile, Commander Clifford was ready to turn the screw on Tony Spilotro.
We couldn't play by their rules. We couldn't go out and just shoot them and get it over with. We had to play by our rules. So we sat down and said, okay, what rules do we have?
Clifford decided to get under Tony Spilotro's skin, to force him to make a mistake. He made sure his officers were there when Spilotro or any of his crew stepped out of line.
When they got up in the morning, we followed them. When they made a left-hand turn and didn't signal, we called a uniformed cop and had them arrested and had the car towed. They had to bail out. That cost them money. That cost them at least $1,500. They had to go get their car out of Huck. That cost them another $1,500. And it cost them inconvenience. And it made them mad. When they was mad, they couldn't think right.
Spilotro did now make a mistake. A very big mistake. After police shot dead an associate, Spilotro rashly issued a contract to kill the 2 Metro police officers involved. When Commander Clifford found out, he stormed off to Chicago to confront Spilotro's outfit bosses.
I knew that the Chicago bosses had never authorized a hit on a police officer. It was unheard of. They would never do that.
Organized crime has a rule. They do not seek retribution against law enforcement. Because if they do, then a great deal more pressure and attention is going to be brought upon them.
Clifford told Spilotro's bosses that if they broke the rule and came after his men, he would break another rule and go after their families.
If they kill my cops, I'm coming back out to Chicago with 40 men. I'm going to kill everything that moves, walks, or crawls around their house.
The prospect of being hunted down by a rogue policeman appalled the outfit's leaders, and they ordered Spilotro to cancel the unauthorized hit. Tony Spilotro was now in deep trouble. Not only had he failed to ask permission for a hit, but unforgivably, he put his boss's wives and children in mortal danger. Clifford had severely rattled Spilotro and damaged his position in the outfit. Spilotro was starting to crack. He demanded to meet Clifford, face to face.
We got nose to nose, Tony Spilotro and me. He said, you went to Chicago and told him you got 40 men. Well, I want you to know we got 400. I looked him in the eye and said, that makes us even, doesn't it? He said, what? I said, yeah, any one of my men are worth 10 of yours. And he backed up. He said, well, you said you was gonna kill me. I said, I didn't say I was gonna kill you. I said I was gonna put you in prison, and I am.
To a beleaguered Tony Spilotro, the police were now a real threat. And the Las Vegas FBI was about to get tough too. The FBI director in Washington was about to send FBI legend Joe Jablonski to head up the Las Vegas office.
As the director said to me, I hope you can stimulate some activity. And I do believe those words were met.
Joe Jablonski was a famously aggressive investigator and successful prosecutor, tough and unafraid. But in all his years, he'd never seen anything like the corruption in Las Vegas.
It was a place that was consumed by avarice and greed. My initial remark was, is this really part of the United States?
When he came here, he realized that he had to replant the American flag.
Until now, the Metro Police and the FBI had not cooperated. But they both now realized if they were ever to have a chance of jailing Spilotro, they would have to actively work together. What new FBI Chief Jablonski and Police Commander Clifford did next was unprecedented. They talked to each other.
I called him, said, let's go to lunch. So we went to lunch. He pledged cooperation. I pledged cooperation. So his men and my men got together out on the street. We had to earn their trust.
It was very important to have the cooperation of the Metro Police Department. I mean, they lived and grew up here. They had more informants on the street. You needed their assistance. You couldn't operate without it.
There wasn't anything we didn't share or we didn't try to cooperate with in our goal to rid the community of Tony Spilotro.
The FBI and the Metropolitan Police Department were of the same mind that it was now time to take decisive action against these people and go at it full bore.
Gradually, cooperation brought results.
Slowly, we were putting our puzzle together. Who the players were, what they were doing, how they was doing it, what hours of operation they worked, who their girlfriends were. We knew everything about them, except the color of their socks. We had a sense that we was circling the wagons, that we were bringing it in. We knew we had Tony Spilotro. It was just a matter of time.
Spilotro did not make it easy for them. He turned his Gold Rush jewelry store into a secure, fortified HQ. Guns were kept under the counter. He stationed men with binoculars on the roof as lookouts. He even had his own electronic surveillance and counterintelligence operation. Tony Spilotro thought he was invulnerable. But there was a weakness. The FBI had an informant, and Salvatore Romano was solid gold. He was the hole-in-the-wall gang's alarms expert. Romano revealed to the FBI Spilotro's elaborate plan for $1 million burglary on Bertha's antiques and jewelry store. More than that, he videoed their planning meetings inside the Gold Rush with a camera hidden in a loudspeaker.
The door itself is steel, and so that the steel will activate the magnet.
If the police and the FBI could catch the gang red-handed, Tony Spilotro was finished. The date for the raid was Independence Day, the 4th of July, 1981. Spilotro's plan was for the fireworks of the 4th of July celebrations to cover the noise of the gang breaking into Bertha's through the roof and into the vault. But police officers and FBI agents were waiting for them.
I was with Yablonsky, and all my men had teamed up with an FBI agent. We watched it as it went down.
We were videotaping them when they showed up, and they carrying their acetylene torches and tanks and climbing up and getting ready to do their burglary.
Once the gang broke in, the agents and officers pounced.
We got the bad guys doing the bad thing, and we got all the equipment, we got all the evidence we'd ever need.
Among those arrested that night were crew boss Frank Carlotta and disgraced ex-cop Joe Blasco.
To see him show up there as part of that operation probably gave me some of the greatest joy in the world.
And I let him know how satisfied I was that I got to put him in prison.
The one person they didn't arrest that night was Tony Spilotro. But under new anti-organized crime laws, if they could connect Spilotro in any way to the burglary, he would face trial with his crew.
We knew that they worked for Tony. So absolutely it was significant at the time, tremendously significant. And it drew him right in to a major crime.
So it didn't matter whether he was there or not. We were going to get him. We were going to arrest him.
Spilotro's anxiety turned to paranoia. He was afraid members of the arrested gang might squeal and reveal not just his role in the robbery, but that Jerry Listner had been killed on his orders. Spilotro panicked and issued an unauthorized contract on the man who knew the most, his childhood buddy, Frank Carlotta.
We got word that Tony Spilotro had put a contract on him because he was suspect of becoming a witness, which he wasn't.
Ironically, until this point, Frank Carlotta had been following the Mafia code of omerta and keeping his mouth shut. But Tony Spilotro had left him no choice but to rat him out. The debriefing and protection of Frank Carlotta was assigned to FBI agent Dennis Arnoldi.
Certainly Frank Carlotta was scared what Tony Spilotro might do to Frank Carlotta after the arrest of Bertha, certainly. And once we told him that there was a hit on him, it was well-founded fear.
Frank Carlotta decided to accept the protection of the FBI and became a government witness against his associates. Spilotro had sealed his own fate.
Carlotta totally cooperated. There was no holdback. So that was a breakthrough from the standpoint of having someone directly connected to Spilotro.
During debriefing, Carlotta reached back 20 years into his past. He revealed it was Tony Spilotro who had committed the unsolved M&M murders. Spilotro was arrested in Las Vegas.
Now he faces extradition to Illinois and a Cook County grand jury indictment on murder and conspiracy charges in the deaths of two men whose badly beaten bodies were found in the trunk of a Pontiac in Chicago back in 1962.
In Chicago, on the 24th of October 1983, Spilotro went on trial for the double murder of Billy McCarthy and Jimmy Miraglia, 21 years earlier. Now, the FBI seemed to have Spilotro on the ropes at last. But the corrupting power of the Chicago outfit still reached into dark corners and high places. Some judges were rumored to remain tied to the mob, and Spilotro certainly seemed to think so. He persuaded his lawyer to agree to a tactic almost unheard of in a murder case. He waived his right to trial by jury. Judge Thomas J. Maloney alone would judge Spilotro. Maloney decided not to accept Carlotta's statements as reliable evidence. And so, he acquitted Spilotro. Judge Maloney was later convicted of racketeering, extortion, and obstruction of justice. He had taken bribes in 3 other cases. He was sentenced to 15 years in prison. Tony Spilotro may have escaped yet another murder charge, but it was only a short respite. This time, he was not untouchable. Law enforcement was finally ready for an all-out assault. He was hit with a triple whammy of charges. The FBI had painstakingly uncovered the mob's multi-million-dollar casino skimming racket. In the autumn of 1983, a total of 15 underworld figures, including Spilotro, were charged with fraud. Using Frank Carlotta's testimony, Spilotro and 17 others were charged with armed robbery and extortion.
Mr. Spilotro, anything to say?
But Carlotta had plenty to say. He enabled the Justice Department strike force to also charge Spilotro in connection with the murder of Jerry Listner. Carlotta admitted to Agent Arnoldi that he had pulled the trigger and killed Jerry Listner, but on Spilotro's orders.
Yes, Frank Carlotta told me he was acting under the orders of Tony Spilotro to kill Jerry Listner.
3 federal cases were now aimed squarely at Tony Spilotro.
When the indictment started to come down, you knew that it wouldn't be long before Tony's reign would end.
Spilotro faced sentences that could total 85 years in prison. This prospect put him under enormous pressure, and the mob knew that people under pressure can crack.
He was an embarrassment. He was a loose cannon. All doubts have to be resolved in favor of the mob. It's possible he could say something that would hurt somebody.
The Chicago Mafia bosses hated the idea that anyone might squeal, let alone someone who knew as much as Spilotro. Two days before the hole-in-the-wall gang trial in Las Vegas, the outfit invited Tony Spilotro to return to Chicago. He and his brother Michael met up with people they knew and trusted. Associates, friends even. The brothers were taken to Bensonville, outside Chicago, believing that Michael was to be inducted as a made man into the outfit. But as soon as Spilotro entered the basement, he realized what was about to happen. He asked if he might say a prayer. Tony Spilotro had beaten and tortured many victims in his career. Now, he was forced to watch as his younger brother was struck again and again. Michael was beaten to death in front of him, and Tony Spilotro knew that he was next.
The bodies were buried one on top of the other. The first body was just about 3 feet from the surface.
The bodies were found just 8 days later on a farm in the neighboring state of Indiana, clad only in underwear.
When Tony Spilotro was killed, I certainly was not saddened by the event.
What condition were the bodies in? Can you describe
They
that?
were decomposing.
Well, that's a better sentence than the government could give them.
The forensic pathologist's report recorded blunt trauma to face, neck, and chest by fists or feet. The brothers were unrecognizable.
The identification was made as a result of a comparison with dental charts.
Tony Spilotro was dead, aged 48. The last unsolved murder of his career was his own.
they kill each other because they're thieves, and even though they're supposed to have honor among thieves, they don't. They cross each other. They start looking after themselves, and for one reason or another, they get killed. And this is a pattern that has existed since time immemorial with organized crime.
Tony Spilotto's death marked the end of an era in Sin City. The landmark cooperation between the police and the FBI changed not just the face, but the heart of Las Vegas. Soon the mob's ownership and control of the casinos was ended.
There was a unification of local law enforcement, state law enforcement, federal law enforcement, where they got together and basically kicked the mob out of Las Vegas for good. I can tell you today, it does not exist here.
Our goal was to put Tony Spilotto and all these thugs in prison for life. That's what we wanted to do. And the end results, because they died, our culture, our society was better off.
Now, later in life, I thought we've done a good deed for the city and for the country. And I think we're all should be proud of what we did.
On the 2nd of May, 1957, Frank Costello, head of the Luciano crime family, had enjoyed a dinner with friends in an East Side restaurant. He took a cab to his apartment, the Majestic, on the fashionable Upper West Side of New York's Central Park. As Costello entered the lobby, a large man stepped out of the shadows, raised his arm, and said, "This is for you, Frank." This organized hit on a top mafia boss would signal the rise of the most dangerous gangster in America, Vito Genovese.
Vito Genovese was never anything but a homicidal maniac.
Probably the most despicable gangster ever to run the streets of this city.
But Genovese's rise would also be a major turning point in the history of the Mafia. And his actions would bring down the full force of the FBI on the mob.
Are you going to have anything to say, Mr. Genovese?
Is it true that you're the head of the Mafia in this country?
It is not.
Vito Genovese arrived in New York from Naples when he was 15 years old and joined the thousands of other Italian immigrants to hit the city's shores at the turn of the century.
Genovese grew up in the slums of New York. From the beginning, he was involved in these terrifying street gangs. Violence ruled, and he never changed.
Genovese was a product of the gutter of New York City. He was constantly in conflict. Everything had to be out of the barrel of a gun. That was Genovese.
Police records show that over the next 10 years, Genovese was charged with shooting a man in Queens, running down and killing a man in Brooklyn, having a loaded revolver tucked into his belt on the Lower East Side, and and murdering another hoodlum.
Vito Genovese, I'll give you a great example of what he did. He fell in love with a woman named Anna, who was married to someone else. Genovese and his thugs threw her husband off a roof so he could marry her, and he married her.
Murder was just a ritual with him. He had no conscience.
This appetite for killing did not go unnoticed. By the mid-1920s, Genovese was a hitman for the greatest mafia boss of them all, Charles Lucky Luciano.
Vito Genovese rose to the top by intimidation, and the guy who allowed him to do that was Lucky Luciano. Lucky Luciano used Vito Genovese as his intimidator.
Luciano may have looked very cultivated, but he needed hitmen. And when he needed hitmen, one of the first people he turned to was Vito Genovese.
By 1931, Genovese was acknowledged as Lucky Luciano's right-hand man and underboss, and was one of the key hitmen sent by Luciano to kill rival boss, Giuseppe Masseria. Such was his reputation that Genovese was known as Don Vito, the Great Vito. And in 1936, Genovese got the chance to take the top job. When Mafia boss Luciano was convicted on prostitution charges and sent to prison for 50 years.
When Lucky was convicted and sentenced to a long prison term, Vito considered himself to be the heir apparent.
But things didn't go to plan. Genovese now also found himself being pursued.
Vito Genovese had been involved in a murder in the early 1930s and somehow had managed to beat the rap.
The victim had been one of Genovese's gangsters who had demanded too big a share of a crooked card game. Now an informer came forward and pointed the finger at Genovese as the man who had ordered the hit. Just as he was about to take control of the Luciano family, Genovese was forced to flee to Italy to escape the murder charge and the electric chair. With Genovese now out of the picture, Luciano sent word from his prison cell for Frank Costello to step in as boss. Just like Genovese, Frank Costello was born in Italy. He was 4 years old when he arrived in East Harlem with his parents in 1900. His father ran a grocery shop, and from an early age, Costello despised his humbleness. He loathed the way his father was willing to settle for a life of poverty. Costello chose the streets rather than work with his father and joined one of the violent gangs of New York. In 1915, Costello was arrested and sentenced to a year in jail for carrying a gun. But this event changed him and would make him a very different man to Genovese. On his release, Costello decided to use his brains, not bullets, to get ahead.
The people that he worked with were prone to violence, almost by definition, and he understood that murders were bad for business.
He would never be a kind of hitman, goon, a muscle man type. He was a gentleman gangster. He was never going to be a thug. And he also latched on to something called slot machines.
And by the 1930s, Frank Costello was known to the underworld as King of the Slots. His illegal one-armed bandit machines were grossing $500,000 a day.
He made millions. It established him as somebody who was known as an earner, not a guy who goes out and has to commit hits or violent crimes.
With Genovese gone, Frank Costello was a very powerful man. He was now the head of the New York Mafia, the largest mob family in America, with more than 400 soldiers beneath him. Costello easily filled Luciano's shoes and continued to add billions of dollars to the family's fortunes. Far away in Italy, Genovese was just trying to make his way. It is said that when he fled the US on the murder charge, he had $750,000 in his trunk. Genovese was going to need it. Benito Mussolini, the head of the National Fascist Party in Italy, was fiercely against the Sicilian Mafia. But Genovese would soon discover that he was open to offers.
Genovese cottoned up to Benito Mussolini by providing money, providing donations to fascist buildings, and he even managed to pull off a hit for Mussolini in New York. There was a newspaper which had been a persistent critic of Mussolini. He went to Don Vito Genovese, who got word to his killers in New York, and they murdered the editor.
As a reward for Genovese's donations and services, Mussolini gave him an Italian knighthood.
But of course, Mussolini was known for shooting mafiosos, and so he could never really relax.
When World War II began, Genovese seized another opportunity.
And he was a pretty crafty guy, Genovese. Turned out he worked both for the Axis and for the Allies.
When the Americans invaded Sicily in 1943, Mussolini was overthrown. So Genovese quickly switched sides and became an interpreter and advisor to the US military government.
They thought he was doing them a favor. What he was really doing, he was running a black marketeering scheme. He was stealing supplies from army bases by corrupting army officers and selling it on the black market in Italy.
But for all his Sicilian success, Genovese was still wanted for the card game killing, and the New York police had new evidence implicating him. A man called Peter LaTempa had come forward, claiming he had heard Genovese planning the murder. He was now held in protective custody as chief witness against Genovese. The American authorities finally caught up with Genovese in Naples in August 1944. Genovese was brought back to New York to face the murder charge. But he had no intention of taking the rap. On the 16th of January, 1945, LaTempa complained that he was suffering from a gallstone problem. He was given painkillers by his guards. 2 hours later, he was dead. The toxicologist who had examined his body reported that he had been given enough sedatives to kill 8 horses. With Le Temper out of the way, there was no case against Genovese. The judge told him, "I cannot speak for the jury, but I believe if there was a shred of corroborating evidence, you would have been condemned to the chair. By devious means, you have thwarted justice time and time again." Genovese was acquitted. Vito Genovese was back on the streets, but he was not the boss. The man in charge was still his old rival, Frank Costello, and he was thriving.
Frank Costello fashioned himself as a non-gangster. He fashioned himself as a businessman, sometimes bordering on aristocracy.
He mixed with politicians, congressmen, journalists, authors, judges, cops, and city councillors. With his connections, Costello developed a reputation as the boss who could bridge the legitimate world and the mob. The Salvation Army even made him their vice chairman. Genovese could only watch from the sidelines as Costello became a real New York player.
Genovese was intimidated by Costello's intelligence. He knew that Costello could get with words what he could only get out of a gun, and he was jealous of that.
Such was his power that before a judge could be appointed, it had to be cleared by Frank Costello.
He didn't just know judges and DAs and politicians, he bought them.
Potential mayoral candidates in the Democratic Party went to see him hat in hand, asking for his blessings.
He was an absolute corrupter.
When the Mafia gets control of your political and judicial system, when they're deciding what bills are passed, they're deciding how justice is meted out, then you're in danger. Frank Costello, even though he dressed well, looked civilized, looked cultivated, was one of the most dangerous mafiosi in American history.
Costello became known as the Prime Minister.
That title was given to him by the media. They made Frank Costello the American Winston Churchill in the underworld.
That doesn't mean he was boss of bosses. There was no such position. But as a prime minister is in most countries, he was the first among equals, and sometimes a little more equal than they were.
Genovese seemed to be out of it, but he realized that Costello was making a big mistake. He preferred to deal only with the big guys, but ignored the little guys.
Frank Costello neglected the troops. Frank Costello only concerned himself with the capos. And the capos is Italian for captain.
Members of crews that had been loyal complained. They had been neglected, that Costello didn't favor them.
Genovese saw this resentment as his opportunity to begin undermining Costello's leadership.
The soldiers, the button men in the family knew that Vito Genovese was the real deal, whereas Costello was a person who was a little out of touch. Vito Genovese never lost sight of the fact that he was a criminal, and Frank Costello lost sight of that fact. Frank Costello started to believe his own imagery, his own myth.
Everybody knew that Genovese wanted Frank's job, but he couldn't take the job. The other bosses wouldn't have allowed that as long as Frank was riding high. Frank had the connections. Genovese did not have the connections.
So what he does is he begins to make sure he's strong, that his rackets are beginning to produce money. So he has both money, and he has soldiers, and he has hitmen, in case there's a real showdown.
Now, Genovese was waiting and hoping Costello would make a wrong move. He wouldn't have to wait long. In 1950, an ambitious Democrat senator from Tennessee named Estes Kefauver headed a committee to investigate organized crime in America. Kefauver called on more than 600 gangsters, underworld figures, politicians, and policemen to testify before them. The country was transfixed as the hearings hit the headlines and television channels.
I remember the Kefauver investigations. I was a very young lad, and I remember actually watching those, and it was a real revelation. We began to see that there was these people among us, criminals, who were very well organized and very deliberate in their activities, and controlled a great deal of the criminal activity in this country.
Many of the witnesses refused to say anything, but not Frank Costello. He agreed to answer questions.
He thought he could go on the witness stand and come out as a gentleman, as a real businessman. And that he had this kind of outlook or outward appearance that he wouldn't look like a ruffian, like a hoodlum.
And Costello, billed as the most influential underworld leader in America, became the star attraction. But then, Costello made a miscalculation. He surprised everybody by insisting that his face shouldn't be shown on television, and the committee instructed the broadcasters to respect his request.
The television is not on any part of Mr. Costello.
The only option left open for the TV crews was to film his hands. And the subsequent images of Costello's testimony became known as the hand ballet. Whenever the questions about his criminal activities got too tough or too near the knuckle, Costello would rub his palms together, tighten his fingers, grip a glass of water, drum on the table in front of him, or crumple and tear pieces of paper. And although the television cameras were not allowed to show Costello's face, the newsreel cameras and press photographers had no such restrictions.
Mr. Costello is willing to face the camera and let you have a good look at Mr. Costello. As the photographer says to the little boy, can you smile a little bit?
Has this country come up to your anticipations? What have you ever done for your country as a good citizen?
Well, I don't know what you claim, what you mean by that.
Well, you're looking back over the years now to that time when you became a citizen. I mean, now standing 20-odd years after that. You must have in your mind some things you've done that you can speak of to your credit as an American citizen. If so, what are they?
Paid my tax.
I pay my taxes. That was his answer. Now, in his mind, he thought that was enough. He didn't think that he had to join the Army or the Marine Corps. I pay my taxes. Everybody pays their taxes. They're working for their country. But he was the original superstar made by television.
Ridiculed and humiliated, Costello finally refused to answer any further questions and produced a note from his doctor.
A certificate of a doctor who examined Mr. Costello this morning.
All right.
I'm in no condition to testify from here in until I'm well enough.
You refuse to testify further?
Absolutely. When I testify, I want to testify truthfully. And I can't, my mind don't function.
Costello had been publicly destroyed by the exposure, and he left the Kefauver Committee hearings as the Justice Department's #1 target.
Once he failed at Kefauver, everybody went after him. He was indicted for tax evasion. He was convicted. He was indicted for lying to Congress. When you are the prime minister, the man who can work the miracles, and all of a sudden you fall off your horse and fall on your face, you are not prime minister anymore.
Frank Costello paid the price of television. By him appearing in front of the Key-Falford Committee hearing and it being televised, that was the beginning of the end of Frank Costello. In fact, that was the beginning of the end of the mob. It took many, many years, and Frank Costello was the beginning of it because it brought the attention of the general public to what the mob was actually doing.
But for one mobster, Costello's failure was good news. Vito Genovese. And he was going to make the most of it.
One of the things he does, he starts bumping off, killing Costello's hitmen.
The first on his list was one of Costello's top hitmen, William Willie Moore Moretti. Moretti had grown up with Costello in East Harlem and was now a feared New Jersey racketeer with his own army of 60 soldiers. He was also one of Costello's strongest supporters. But this planned execution wasn't just business. It was highly personal. Moretti had been promoted to Costello's underboss, his second in command. This meant that Genovese had been bumped down to just the captain of his old crew. Genovese had chosen his target well. Moretti was suffering from advanced syphilis, which was spreading to his brain. This had the worrying effect of freeing up his speech, and it was now feared that he would start talking to the press. Genovese used this to his advantage. Because of Moretti's condition, he approached the Commission, the Mafia's board of directors, and asked for their permission for a mercy killing. The Commission was set up by Lucky Luciano in 1931 as a democratic system for dealing with all the mob's affairs. It operated by strict rules. No boss could be hit without the Commission's permission. And they gave it to him. The hit would take place on the morning of the 5th of October, 1951, as ordinary New Yorkers went about their business. Genovese had now made it quite clear to Costello that he was coming after him, and Costello was in no position to fight back. He was locked in continual combat with the US authorities over contempt of court and failure to pay his taxes. Over the next 6 years, Costello was in and out of jail. When he came out on bail in March 1957, Genovese finally decided to strike.
Genovese many, many times tried to get the okay of the Commission to kill Costello.
But the Commission wouldn't give it. So Genovese decided to hit Costello anyway. Genovese now studied Costello's routine. The 66-year-old Costello took cabs or walked to his various meetings around the city like he'd always done, without the aid of bodyguards or bulletproof cars. It made him an easy target.
Other bosses had an army of bodyguards around them. Costello said if they're going to kill you, that's the first ones they'll bribe.
Genovese gave the contract to Vincent Giancanti, who was a former prizefighter, who became Genovese's chauffeur. He was a real thug, tough guy. I mean, he'd kill you at the drop of a hat. He was the mirror image of a Genovese. Genovese liked him for that. He was just a ruthless killer.
On the evening of May the 2nd, 1957, Frank Costello enjoyed a dinner with some friends in an East Side restaurant. After the meal, he took a cab to his apartment.
Now, Costello lived in a very upscale apartment that overlooks Central Park. It was known as the Majestic Apartments. Costello was so sure of himself, even though he knew Genovese was around. And he came home one night, walked into his lobby, and he was met by Giancanti.
Giancanti raised his gun and yelled, "This is for you, Frank." Costello was covered with blood when he reached the Roosevelt Hospital. But the bullet had only shaved his skull. One of Genovese's top soldiers, Joe Valachi, later observed that Giancanti had wasted a whole month practicing.
There's some debate on whether Giancanti missed him on purpose or he just missed him out of ineptness. I choose the latter. He just missed him. But there's a rule in the mob. If you try and you miss, you don't try again.
The doorman of the Majestic identified Giancanti as Costello's hitman. Giancanti quickly gave himself up and was put on trial for attempted murder. This was a very dangerous time for Genovese. If Costello confirmed it was Giancanti, police would come after him. But at the trial, Costello observed the Mafia rule of omerta, the code of silence, and told the jury that he didn't recognize Giancanti. Giancanti was acquitted, and as he left the court, he walked over to Costello, held out his hand, and said, "Thanks, Frank." Genovese knew that Costello alive posed a grave threat to him, and he heard that he was secretly meeting with the Lord High Executioner of Murder Incorporated, Albert Anastasia. Guns, ice picks, and strangling ropes were his stock in trade.
He was a tough, ruthless man, not at all like Costello, who was his good friend. If there had been a move against Costello with Anastasia still alive, there would have been a counterattack by Anastasia.
Genovese decided to strike first. The problem was getting to Anastasia. He lived in a New Jersey mansion, guarded by ferocious dogs and barbed wire fences, and always traveled with bodyguards. Genovese needed somebody on the inside, and he approached Carlo Gambino, then an ambitious Anastasia lieutenant, and convinced him they would both be better off with Anastasia dead. On the morning of October 25th, 1957, at 10:15 a.m., Albert Anastasia walked into a barber shop in Midtown Manhattan. His bodyguards parked the car in an underground garage and then took a walk. Anastasia closed his eyes and relaxed into the barber's chair. Two men in suits with scarves covering their lower faces walked up behind him. Anastasia was literally blasted out of the chair. Genovese now sprang into action. He immediately announced that he was the head of the family. And straight away, he turned on his old adversary, Frank Costello.
Costello knew what it meant. His time was over. His reign was complete. That if he didn't surrender or abdicate, he was going to be assassinated.
Genovese stripped Costello of all his gambling assets and interests in Las Vegas, Florida, the Caribbean, and New York. He only allowed Costello to live on the one condition that he get out and never be involved with the rackets again.
Costello sent a message to Vito Genovese, Don Vito, it's yours. You're in control.
Genovese had done it. He was now the boss of the largest mafia family in New York. But he was also in deep trouble. Blinded by ruthless ambition, he had ordered 2 hits on 2 mafia leaders without the okay from their governing body, the Commission. And he had done something else that some Commission members found uncomfortable. Genovese had also moved big time into drug dealing.
Genovese always thought that narcotics was a good deal for the mob.
Within the Luciano family, he was in charge of drug trafficking.
But Congress had recently passed tough new drug laws, and many mafia bosses were worried about the consequences.
Drugs brought heat. And what I mean by heat is that if you dealt drugs and you got bagged and you're facing a lot of time in jail, you're going to roll, you're going to become a rat.
Well, you could get up to 30 years in prison.
They felt that if they kept their hand on the drugs, they would be able to avoid that.
The mafia heads around the country now feared that Genovese was a loose cannon who didn't play by the rules. And his drug trafficking operations could bring the FBI down on them. To save his skin, Genovese requested a meeting of the Commission to explain his recent actions in New York.
The Commission was not supposed to call another national convention, which will be held every 5 years for 4 more years. But Genovese insisted that the bosses from all the other families and the New York families had to assemble because of these important developments in New York, and he wanted it known that he was the boss of a family. So they picked the same place they had met the previous year. There had been a national convention in a small town in upstate New York known as Appalachian.
It would prove to be the biggest mistake of Genovese's life. On November the 14th, 1957, more than 60 senior mafia bosses with their advisors and bodyguards traveled from Cuba, Italy, and from all over the United States to a hilltop estate in a small sleepy hamlet called Appalachian. 180 miles northwest of New York City and far from the prying eyes and surveillance of the city cops. Apalachian was the home of Mafia boss Joseph Barbera. His guests would include all the most powerful members of the Mafia, like Joe Bonanno, Carmine Galante, Sam Giancana, and Joe Profaci. And at the head of the table, Don Vito Genovese.
Appalachian meeting was a meeting of mobsters from all over the country. Keep in mind that the mob, as we know it today, and as it was formed in 1931, was 100% controlled by the 5 families in New York. All the other cities were ancillary that answered to the New York mobsters.
But local detective Sergeant Edgar Croswell of the New York State Police had been watching the events.
The local police noticed something strange. All these out-of-towners and dozens of cars were pulling into one farmhouse in a remote area.
Croswell's suspicions had been aroused when he noticed that Barbera was booking up the local hotel. They'd also been tipped off by a local food supplier that Barbera had ordered 20 pounds of steak, 20 pounds of veal cutlets, and 15 pounds of cold cuts that day. Croswell had been keeping a close eye on Barbera, as he knew he had mob connections. He called for backup.
Well, we get the call, send as many people as you can to Appalachian. We have a thing going on.
Croswell ordered his troopers to surround the house.
We had a lot of people that they thought was the underworld, and we were to pick them up.
And when the guests got the news, there was blind panic. Some rushed to their cars. Others fled through the woods, ripping their silk suits against the brambles as they ran. Croswell sent his troopers in after them.
We saw one fella, he was standing on the back porch of a local house, but he wore a nice Homburg hat, and he had a nice overcoat with a fur collar. And we knew right away that he didn't fit in. We went in and took control of him and put him in the troop car with us.
Croswell and his men eventually managed to round up 60 Mafia members, including New York leaders Profaci, Bonanno, Galante, and Gambino.
Everybody had the same excuse, that they heard Barbera was sick, and they all dropped in to see him, pay their respects.
Here you had this obvious convention of Italian or Sicilian American mobsters, and you couldn't dismiss it just as a casual meeting and the claim by all of them that they went to visit a sick friend. I mean, nobody could swallow that.
The Justice Department believed that at least 50 escaped, including Chicago boss Sam Giancana. Apalachian was the largest Mafia meeting ever rumbled by American police, and the mob would never hold one of this size again. Far from Genovese's triumphant moment announcing to the commission his ascension to the head of the Luciano crime family, he had exposed them all to the authorities. As a direct result of Apalachian, a federal grand jury found 20 Mafia members guilty of conspiracy to commit perjury and to obstruct justice, and imposed sentences of between 3 and 5 years. Eventually, these were overturned by the United States Court of Appeals on the basis of insufficient evidence. But the damage had been done. Genovese had awakened a sleeping giant. the FBI.
This is the FBI. The house is surrounded. Back out that door with your hands up. Never mind.
And it hit them like a bombshell.
I think the Appalachian organized crime meeting, the meeting of the bosses of America's organized crime in one location, really brought home to the American public and to the FBI the magnitude of this problem.
Up to this point, the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, had been reluctant to admit the existence of organized crime in America. He had even written, "There was no such thing as organized crime or the Mafia, and the claim that there was a national crime syndicate was baloney."
All of a sudden, everything that they had been saying, that there was no national organization, that crime was essentially local and it was up for local law enforcement to deal with, became obviously incorrect.
They were so brazen, they were so bold and so powerful that they would actually have a meeting, much as any large, legitimate American corporation would meet to decide internal issues, if you will, of their organization, their direction, what they wanted to do in the way of a legitimate company would do. This really imprinted itself on the American public and certainly on the FBI.
That was it for the FBI. I mean, if there was a moment where it was absolutely patently clear that they had a role to do that they had not been performing, that was it.
All this changed after Appalachian. The FBI were galvanized into action. Hoover immediately commissioned a special report to confirm whether the Mafia actually existed. It declared, "The truth of the matter is the available evidence makes it impossible to deny logically the existence of a criminal organization known as the Mafia, which for generations has plagued the law-abiding citizens of Sicily, Italy, and the United States."
After the Appalachian meeting, the intelligence gathering about organized crime became very much institutionalized inside the FBI. Most of the investigations were intelligence investigations, where we gathered information about who they were and the kinds of activities they were involved with.
As a direct result of the Appalachian raid, the Federal Bureau of Narcotics was instructed to target Vito Genovese in their fight against drugs.
Open up! Window closed! Come on! What about the government's charge that you're the right man, that you're the #1 man in this narcotics business?
Charges are fantastic and ridiculous.
You think
That's what they are.
And have you ever known anyone in the narcotics racket? Have you known anyone?
I never did.
On April the 17th, 1959, the man who had gotten away with murder for so long was finally nailed in a Manhattan federal court. Don Vito Genovese was fined $20,000 and sentenced to 15 years in prison for masterminding an international narcotics syndicate that smuggled heroin and cocaine into the United States.
Never underestimate the menace that Vito Genovese left with even with his departure. It was he who was so instrumental, one of the key players in bringing in the scourge of heroin narcotics into America. Without him, it might never have occurred. He opened up these opportunities that the Mafia would use widespread distribution into the inner cities of America, the biggest cities, New York, Chicago. For the first time, you had the mass appeal of a narcotics contagion that enveloped the country. And one person who has to bear some of that responsibility is Don Vito Genovese.
Vito Genovese continued to rule his organization unchallenged from his prison cell. He died there on February the 14th, 1969, of a heart attack. His legacy was that he left behind the most powerful mafia organization in America that bears his name to this day. The Vito Genovese family continues to make millions from its criminal activities. But he left another, more damaging legacy to the mob. Genovese had exposed the Mafia to the FBI. The Appalachian disaster would signal the beginning of their crackdown on organized crime in America.